In the earlier part of this program, we had tried to show the relation between science and yoga, and also shown a few case studies to prove that yoga plays an important role in the cure of diseases. In this part of program, we shall be dealing with a few other diseases and the role of yoga in them. A study was done on a group of rheumatoid patients in Great Britain at the South Cleveland Hospital. Autoimmunity is considered to be the cause of rheumatoid.
The mind, stress, works on your immune system and brings about lot of depression or inefficiency of the immune system, works on the joints and produces fighting. Unnecessary fighting against our own body tissues, which really should not have happened. After all, our immune cells has to fight only against the enemies from outside. But because they have no better business and they are all restless, agitated and tense, they go and attack our own body cells, thinking that they are foreign. What a dangerous situation.
The results were quite encouraging, as the group who performed yoga saw a considerable reduction in the quantity of drugs to be consumed daily, and also the capacity to hold the grip had also improved quite considerably.
Doctor, you have talked previously about the role of yoga in pulmonary tuberculosis. So can you emphasize about some...
This was a very interesting study that we took up. We went to sanatoria where patients are isolated because they are producing lot of TB germs even in their sputum, and they will become infected to the society around. Therefore, they are kept away until their sputum negativity is achieved. So such people, 48 of them we studied, and in the age group of 20 to 55, and they were all having the same type of sputum positivity. They had had no prior treatment and they were all coming for the first time for treatment, and we added yoga to these people for 2 months. They were practicing for 1 hour, and we made various types of assessments, and we proposed 2 possibilities. The possibility 1 is where they are producing lot of infective germs and they become totally nil after 2 months, and another possibility where there is no change. And we noticed that the group who had practiced yoga had improved much faster. The possibility 1, that from high infectivity to nil infectivity, was 76% in the yoga group as compared to the non-yoga group, where it was only about 50%, showing that their sputum negativity or the germs can be fought away much faster if we can strengthen their immune system. Their body weight increased much more rapidly in the yoga group as compared to the control group. The possibility that the grade 3 to grade 0 of the radiographic changes, the X-ray changes, had been achieved much faster in the yoga group as compared to the non-yoga group. So that is what we say, that when a person practices yoga, even when he has pulmonary tuberculosis, their lung capacity improves, they reduce their infectivity much faster. And how could this be achieved? This is what we say is the concept of psychoneuroimmunology, where the mind can influence our immune system to fight away the germs much faster by reduction of the stress, by becoming very deeply rested inside. And that is what is the concept of yoga in even as infective a disease as tuberculosis.
Another study was conducted at the Kidwai Research Memorial Institute, Bangalore, where it was to be found out as to what effect does yoga has on these 40 patients of uterine cervix. It is said that even a healthy body manufactures a few cancer cells, and if the body is normal, then the immune system is strong enough to pick up these cancer-prone cells and then destroying them. Going back to the research study, the daily feedback reports were collected from these patients to find out the common side effects of radiotherapy. This group was doing yoga for 30 to 45 minutes daily. It was seen that the symptoms of acute bowel complaints had considerably reduced in the yoga group.
I'm reminded of a lady who went through this intensive radiotherapy for which she had to be isolated inside a room. She had kept cassette records of all the various yogic techniques. She would just put on the cassette, lie down and keep on doing it all day. It is a total isolation. It's almost like isolation in a cell. And she came out and said, I had a beautiful retreat inside these 3 days rather than going through this intense, terrifying experience of being isolated, going through all the side effects of the radiation. So that's how a positive quality of life has been shown to be achieved in large number of people with cancer.
Now we shall be showing you a few of the methods of doing yoga as well as the logic behind these yogas.
In fact, we have been able to use many special techniques in various diseases. Let us see this technique called chair breathing, which we use in the management of acute attacks of asthma. Here, the subject is seated with the support of a chair. In fact, this we developed when the person was having an acute attack during our classes, and the nearby chair was pulled out because it is only in that position that the person is more comfortable when he is having intense wheezing, and he hangs on to the handle of the chair and starts breathing comfortably, slowly as he can. We know that he is having intense fast breathing, and the person is continuously given instructions of breathing in slowly as the head goes up, breathe out as the head goes down, and this goes on continuously and at the speed that he can. In the management of back pain, it's very important to see that we avoid any forward bending. So the person lies down on his back and starts doing what we call as folded leg lumbar stretch. Both the legs are folded up and stretched laterally so that the person can feel the stretch in the painful area of the back, and this being very harmless for the back. The person can do this about 10 times combined with normal natural breathing movements. The back is moved and person is asked to concentrate intensely on the point of the back. After doing about 10 times, the person goes on to practice another back pain special technique called Setu Bandhasana lumbar stretch, where the legs are folded and the waist is lifted up as the person breathes in, and the waist comes down as the person breathes out. Apart from all the practices that we did, Dhanurasana, the bow posture, is one of the very useful practices in the management of diabetes. Hansasana, in which the person lies down on the abdomen and takes all the weight of the body on the elbows, which is stuck into the abdominal wall, and the legs are stretched back. So in this position there is intense pressure on the abdominal organs, and it is said in the yogic text that this may help in releasing the insulin from the pancreatic cells, and certainly it does increase the blood flow to the pancreas. Whether there is more insulin that is formed or released has yet to be observed scientifically. Let me now show you some of the practices that we use in the management of rheumatoid arthritis, which involves all the joints, lot of painful joints, and so to release the stiffness in the joints, the person starts doing slow but persistent, continuous, stable movements of the different joints. We may start with fingers and then go on to wrist movements. So in the wrist movements we can do the forward, backward and rotation of the wrists also, about 10 times each one of these movements. Then one goes on to move the shoulders, shoulder rotation. Every joint is given the possible movements. Whatever the person can do, the person goes on doing to the possible range also. We don't have to overforce or work intensively, but gradually the stiffness gets released when one does it with an attitude of ease, comfort, and starts putting the mind with eyes closed on the point that is painful, on the joint that is getting released, and then at the end of it drops down the hand and relaxes the part completely. Let me show you some very simple practices that we use in people who have high blood pressure or even have had heart attacks. Heart attack people have enormous fear that any physical movement may strain them, and therefore they have also been advised not to do it, and we also do not want to overstrain their hearts. So we teach them many practices like Shavasana and Pranayama. Shavasana is a very useful technique in which the person lies down, and one of the very useful technique that we use is called quick relaxation technique, where the person lies down flat on the bed and starts observing the movement of the abdomen. As the person breathes in, the abdomen comes up. As the person breathes out, the abdomen goes down. And this abdominal movement is deepened, and the person starts doing very deep abdominal breathing in a very, very comfortable mood. And this gives enormous relaxation. And this can be done within just 2-3 minutes several times in the day by people who have hypertension, because it is the bad habit of our arteries to get into spasm and the BP tends to go up. So the persons with hypertension and heart problem are advised to practice this several times in the day whenever they get free time, before food, after food, any time they can practice this. You notice that in all this there is this basic component of relaxation, calmness of mind, stabilization, ease, rest, etc., both to the local parts and to the entire system.
Madam, the patient of any age group can practice these asanas?
Yes. In fact, we have been able to teach yoga to people of all ages. In fact, we say from womb to tomb, yoga can be of great help. We have had some research where the mothers, when they practice yoga, the baby in the womb also gets a lot of benefit as observed through blood flow changes to the baby and all that. But generally it is understood that a child at the age of 10 years starts doing the practices if they are normal healthy children, but we will be able to use many simple practices even in younger children.
Welcome to the session on web archiving and e-publications. In the previous sessions, we have learnt about various aspects of Web 3.0 multimedia content development, web writing essentials, search engine optimization, metadata, hyperlinking, and so on. Now we are going to discuss some of the media platforms like web archiving, e-newspaper, e-magazine, YouTube, and IMDb. Let's discuss each of them in detail. Web archiving. Much of the early web and the information it once held has now disappeared forever. From early online content in the early 1990s to around 1997, very little web information survived. This was before the recognition of the ongoing value of legacy information published online and before the first web archiving activities which began in 1996. As the World Wide Web has evolved into a major means of distributing information, archiving websites is an important element of cultural and historic preservation. Since the 1990s, the web has become not only culturally significant but also even more significant as a hub of information. As a result, the web has become integrated into other activities such as research, referencing, and quotation. These activities that used to rely on physical records now increasingly use and link to pages and documents held on websites. Web archiving is a vital process to ensure that people and organizations can access and reuse knowledge in a long term and comply with the needs of retrieving their information. So let's check what web archiving is. Web archiving is the process of collecting websites and information that they contain from the World Wide Web and preserving these in an archive. Web archiving is a similar process to traditional archiving of paper or parchment documents. The information is selected, stored, preserved, and made available to people. Access is usually provided to the archived websites for the use by government, businesses, organizations, researchers, historians, and the public. As in traditional archives, web archives are collected and cared for by archivists, in case web archivists. As the web contains a massive amount of websites and information, web archivists typically use automated processes to collect websites. The process involves harvesting websites from their locations on the live web using specially designed software. This type of software is known as crawler. Crawlers travel across the web and within websites, copying and saving the information as they go. Web crawling is the process by which we gather pages from the web in order to index them and support a search engine. The objective of crawling is to quickly and efficiently gather as many useful web pages as possible, together with the link structure that interconnects them. The archived websites and the information they contain are made available online as part of web archive collections. These can be viewed, read, and navigated as they were on the live web, but are preserved as snapshots of the information at particular points in time. Currently, web archives mainly use three approaches to organize and store archived web content. A. Local file systems. B. Web-based archives. C. Non-web-based archives. All three approaches preserve the intellectual content of the web pages but vary in the degree of preservation of context and structure. In a web archive that uses a local file system, the browser can navigate the file system just like navigating the web. Both the internal hierarchical structure of websites and the link relationships among different websites are preserved, except for those non-archived links that fall outside of the scope of web archive. However, two contextual transformations have to be made to let web resources fit in file systems. First, the naming of URIs needs to be modified to conform to rules for local file systems. Second, absolute links have to be transformed to relative links to allow navigation within file system, as otherwise absolute links will point to live web pages instead of archived content. In a web-based archive, web pages and associated metadata are grouped and stored in container files, and the original URIs and links are preserved. Although the links also need to be redirected or transformed to point to the archive instead of the live web, the link redirection or transformation only happens when users access those links as opposed to having to be written into the archive. This second approach preserves authenticity to the largest degree. The non-web-based archive approach extracts web documents from hypertext context and reorganizes them into a catalog-based access mode or transforms them into PDF files. This approach preserves authenticity and integrity to the least degree. Types of web archiving. There are three main technical methods for archiving web content: client-side web archiving, transaction-based web archiving, and server-side web archiving. First, client-side web archiving. This is the most popular method employed because of its relative simplicity and its scalability. This method allows the archiving of any site that is freely available on the open web, making it attractive to heritage institutions with an interest in preserving websites owned and managed by other organizations or individuals. Crawlers imitate the form of interaction that users have with websites, usually starting from a seed page, following and extracting links from pages and fetching documents and information until they reach the boundary of the domain they are operating in. Typically, such crawlers can capture a wide variety of web material, not only documents of text pages but audio files, images and video and data files. The success of capture very much depends on how accessible the material is to the crawler. Streamed media files and content hidden behind forms or pick lists are usually not easily gathered. Next, transaction-based web archiving. This type of approach is operated on the server side and so requires access to the web server hosting the web content. It is much less frequently employed as a methodology and records the transactions between the users of a site and the server. Interestingly, in this approach, content that is never viewed will never be archived. The main constraint is the need for access to the server, which will require agreement and collaboration with the server's owner. The primary advantage here is that it is possible to record exactly what was seen and when, so this approach is particularly attractive as a method for internal, corporate and institutional archiving where legal accountability or compliance is important. Server-side web archiving. This method involves directly copying files from the server. As with the previous method, this can only be employed with the consent and collaboration of the server owner. The main challenge with this approach is to make the copied content usable as a navigable archived website. Many of the problems arise where dynamically generated content is used, where content is aggregated and on the fly from various sources in response to a user request. Copying database files, templates and scripts doesn't mean that it will be easy to regenerate content from the archive. What is required is to run the same environment with the same parameters in the archive, which can be challenging. The main benefits of this approach rest with the possibility of being able to archive parts of site which are inaccessible to client-side crawlers. Client-side archiving is the most popular method and can be carried out remotely on a large scale. Transaction-based and server-side approaches require active collaboration with the server owners and need to be implemented on a case-by-case basis. Next, we move on to e-newspaper. An electronic newspaper is a self-contained, reusable and refreshable version of a traditional newspaper that acquires and holds information electronically. The electronic newspaper should be confused with newspapers that offer an online version at a website. An e-newspaper must fit the definition of both a newspaper and a remote access electronic serial, a serial publication containing news on current events of special or general interest, issued in a machine-readable format and accessed via input-output devices connected electronically to a computer. E-newspapers are accessed most frequently via the Internet. E-newspapers are often associated with an existing newspaper in print. Most e-newspapers do not have enumeration, though they do have chronology, and many of them maintain archives of back issues online. Example: timesofindia.indiatimes.com/archive.cms. E-zines. The term e-zine is short for electronic magazine. The term is similar to zine, which is derived from magazine and is used to describe small press or personally distributed magazines or newsletters. An early use of the term e-zine described a new kind of website that contained a stylized mixture of content such as articles, pictures, poetry, fiction and comment, conveyed in a way that exploited and celebrated the web as a new information medium. Examples include Salon and Hot Wired. Some e-zines publishers saw e-zines as an opportunity to reach an audience electronically and more economically than was possible with print medium. As a result, hundreds of website e-zines were created, each devoted to a special cause, subject or sensibility. This kind of e-zine is roughly the cyberspace equivalent of the printed version, and when printed out is in fact the equivalent. E-journals. Electronic journals, also known as e-journals, are scholarly journals or intellectual magazines that can be accessed via electronic transmission. Some journals are born digital in that they are solely published on the web and in a digital format, but most electronic journals originated as print journals which subsequently evolved to have an electronic version while still maintaining a print component. As academic research habits have changed in line with the growth of the internet, the e-journal has come to dominate the journal's world. An e-journal closely resembles a print journal in structure. There is a table of contents which lists the articles, and many electronic journals still use a volume or issue model, although some titles now publish on a continuous basis. Online journal articles are a specialized form of electronic document. They have the purpose of providing material for academic research and study, and they are formatted approximately like journal articles in traditional printed journals. Often, a journal article will be available for download in two formats, as a PDF and in HTML format, although other electronic file types are often supported for supplementary material. Articles are indexed in bibliographic databases as well as by search engines. E-journals allow new types on content to be included in journals, for example video material or the data sets on which research has been based. With the growth and development of the internet, there has been a growth in number of new journals, especially in those that exist as digital publications only. A subset of these journals exist as open access titles, meaning that they are free to access for all and have Creative Commons licenses which permit the reproduction of content in different ways. High-quality open access journals are listed in Directory of Open Access Journals. Most, however, continue to exist as subscription journals for which libraries, organizations, and individuals purchase access. YouTube and IMDb. YouTube is a free video sharing website that lets people upload, view, and share videos. YouTube allows users to upload, view, rate, share, add to favorites, report, and comment on videos, and it makes use of WebM, MPEG-4, AVC, and Adobe Flash video technology to display a wide variety of user-generated and corporate media videos. Available content include video clips, TV show clips, music videos, short and documentary films, audio recordings, movie trailers, and other content such as video blogging, short original videos, and educational videos. The service was created by 3 former PayPal employees, Chad Hurley, Steve Chen, and Javed Karim, in February 2005. In November 2006, it was bought by Google. Most of the content on YouTube has been uploaded by individuals, but media corporations including CBS, the BBC, Vivo, Hulu, and other organizations offer some of their material via YouTube as part of the YouTube Partnership Program. YouTube earns advertising revenue from Google AdSense, a program which targets ads according to site content and audience. The vast majority of its videos are free to view, but there are exceptions including subscription-based premium channels, film rentals, as well as YouTube Red, a subscription service offering ad-free access to the website and access to exclusive content made in partnership with existing users. IMDb. The Internet Movie Database, abbreviated as IMDb, is an online database of information related to films, television programs and video games, including cast, production crew, fictional characters, biographies, plot summaries, trivia and reviews, operated by imdb.com Incorporated, a subsidiary of Amazon.com. Launched in 1990 by computer programmer Col Needham, the company was incorporated in the UK as Internet Movie Database Limited in 1996, with revenue generated through advertising, licensing and partnerships. In 1998, it became a subsidiary of Amazon.com, who were then able to use it as an advertising resource for selling DVDs and videotapes. As of December 2016, IMDb has approximately 4 million titles, including episodes, and 7.6 million personalities in its database, as well as 70 million registered users. Every movie and TV show on IMDb has an Add to Watch List button. IMDb is the best place to discover great movies and TV shows, and watch list makes it easy to keep track of what you want to watch. We want IMDb users to spend their precious time watching movies and TV shows that they absolutely love. Now let's move on to summarize what we have discussed so far. This chapter discusses about the varied media platforms that we are engaging nowadays. Through web archiving, a vast amount of content has been saved that would otherwise have been lost. It is important that the momentum that is already gathered behind web archiving is not lost, so that the record of our lives online may be even richer for future generations to discover and study. The web, along with electronic publishing, has changed accessibility of magazines and journals. E-newspapers have offered a handful of opportunities to the users. It has helped to ensure simultaneous access and for saving their time and money. The platforms like YouTube and IMDb offers an excellent platform for personal use, such as sharing videos, movies and other user-generated contents open to the public. Now you try to answer a few questions. What is a web crawler? How the web crawlers engage in the process of collecting the web? Explain various technical methods for archiving web content in detail. Differentiate the characteristics of an e-newspaper from that of a printed version. What are the advantages and disadvantages of using YouTube for personal use? What are the advantages of registering with IMDb? Hope you may go through the references for further reading. YouTube Marketing: How to Create a Successful Channel and Make Money by Sergey Peshkov. Create Space Independent Publishing Platform, 2016. Impact of Internet on Journalism by Arun Bhatia, Akansha Publishing House, 2005. Web Archiving by Julian Massens, published by Springler, 2006. Thank you for watching today's program. We'll soon meet again with another topic. Goodbye.
Welcome to the interface program. Today we are continuing our interview with Professor P.P. Divagaran. Another important aspect of Yuktibhasha is that unlike some other mathematical textbooks, they are trying to give the proofs of everything of a lot of statements.
Now you are taking me into very controversial areas. I mean, in the sense that there were always proofs in India. You know, the best evidence for the fact that they had proofs is that if they were guessed, you would expect them to make wrong guesses. There is not a single wrong important result in Indian mathematics. From the time of the Shulba Sutra up till the time of Shankaracharya or Achyuta Pisharadi, there is not a single mathematical result of importance which is wrong.
But they are not written out.
The proofs are generally explained to classes. You know, it's like a musician teaching young students how to sing. He's not going to write everything in terms of notation and say, go take it home and work on it and so on and so forth. So that is one reason. The other reason is that several references, for example, Bhaskaracharya will say very clearly that a mathematical result stated without a upapatti, his idea of a proof, will not be taken seriously by the scholars. He says so. But something changed. The change is the most important structural aspect of the Nirmala School of Mathematics is things became more formal, and this connects me to the question that we came up earlier. Was there mathematics which was independent of astronomy? By the time of Madhava, astronomy is no longer the driving force of it. He uses it as an excuse because to do astronomy you don't need pi infinitely accurately. You don't need the sine function, the exact value. You must remember the observational instruments were not there. Everything was line of sight, naked eye observations. So you cannot do much better than let's say 2 or 3 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes of arc. So what will you do with
to what accuracy we need the value of pi for astronomy?
For 1 minute of arc you need, Aryabhata did 3.1416 because that's the accuracy you need for 1 minute of arc. Okay, so getting pi to greater accuracy doesn't help with the astronomy. So it is driven. I mean, there are many other cases. For example, you talked about the rewriting of the series, a so-called accelerated series, or estimates of the corrections to be made to a series when you stop it after a certain number of terms. Those are also very, very modern, and they are not required.
And Madhava also had given some error approximations for.
No, Madhava is that chapter on errors and their estimations are truly modern. It's an it's very rich in many ways compared to what happened earlier. So given all these things, we should accept that mathematics was being done for the delight it gave, in Brahmagupta's words. You know, Brahmagupta already said that why am I posing these problems? Because their solution gives us delight, sukha. So he says that. So I think these people, so many other results which have no application in astronomy.
Most of these people are pure mathematicians rather than.
I think Madhava and Yashdeva definitely were. Nilakanta was also an astronomer, top class astronomer. Parameshwara was primarily an astronomer, but these people are doing it for the pleasure.
Achyuta Pisharadi, in his work, some people say that he had done some work in some important contributions to astronomy. For example, some people are writing that there is a model of the planetary solar system. A particular model is suggested by
I have not followed the astronomical results very closely. It's very difficult, first of all. It's very challenging because it's very detailed and you have to have a very, very fine three-dimensional imagination to do these things. So I cannot answer that question. What I know is that Nilakanta already made changes in the astronomical model. I mean, several people had made changes. Nilakanta made some changes and he presented it in a way which is identical with this. This is second-hand information. I'm quoting the work of other people. He made it appear in such a form that if you took the Keplerian model with the sun stationary and the planets going around and looked at it from the geostationary point of view, that is to say, transform everything to an observer who is on Earth what you get is Nilakanta's model. This I have read, I have talked to people, I know the people who did this research, and I think they are right. I think they are right. But he never said, however, that the sun is stationary and all the other planets are going around.
You are telling that this Yuktibhasha is in Malayalam, and because of that most of the people could not read it. But there are some books which contain everything, almost everything in Yuktibhasha, but written in Sanskrit. For example, this Kriya Kramakari.
Kriya Kramakari is not a very well written book in my view. Kriya Kramakari is much later, first of all, and the explanations of the subtle points in Yuktibhasha. And Yuktibhasha is, it's also pedagogically a marvelous book. I call it the first, not the first book, but the first textbook, because all the subtle points are explained as you would do in a classroom. And he will say, be careful, do not make this assumption, you would be wrong. This will be, it will give you a sthula result, you will not get the correct result. So do not do this, because the curvature of the circle will spoil the formula that you are going to write. So, Yuktibhasha is, from many points of view, very, very remarkable book. Now, the Shankaracharya has written several. He writes, he wrote Sanskrit verse like I talk. I mean, it's unending. It goes on and on and on. And but if you are looking for insights, you won't get it from them. And one of the things that happened is that the Western scholars who also read Sanskrit, they often they knew Shankaracharya's work very well because it's in Sanskrit, and they thought that that was a definitive account of Madhva's work. I don't think so. I think the definitive account is Yuktibhasha. Yeah. Well, also I think Yashadeva was an extraordinarily sensitive and mathematician of very good taste. I mean, he dismisses certain subjects in a short paragraph, and those are the things which are not somewhat superficial.
So after this Shankaracharya and Yashdeva, what is the
Shankaracharya was Yashadeva's student. He says so.
What happened after that?
No, then and then Achyuta Pisharadi also. Achyuta Pisharadi probably died about 1620 or so. You must remember 1498. 1 year before Nilakanta published Tantra Sangraha, the Portuguese landed in Calicut. Okay, and that I think impoverished the cultural and the economic landscape of the country, of this part of the country, in the sense that all these rich temples, they were Veda Pathashalas in all these Alathiyur temple and Tirunavaya and so on and so forth. They must not have been able to function because the Samudri's patronage is not there. Tirunavaya was the recipient of the greatest generosity from Samudri, because their legitimacy came from there. Their
Mamanga festival.
Not only Mamanga, Arito Arsha was there. So their the rituals by which they legitimized themselves as the rulers of the country came from there. So he was very busy fighting the Portuguese. So that 100 years between 1500 and 1600, I think pretty much destroyed learning. And even people say, Erutachan, the great poet, he is from Tunjan Parambu, next to Thirukandiyur, 2 kilometers.
Some people say that he was a student of Nilakanta.
No, Achyuta Pisharadi. Nilakanta. No, I've heard several things, so I don't know. So in
Harinama Kirtanam, Nilakanta's name is mentioned.
Nilakanta will come, Nilakanta is Shiva after all. So, anyhow, this Melpatur was Achyuta Pisharadi's student. No?
Yes.
Yeah.
The author of Narayani.
People say Ritachan went away from Tunjan Parambu, which is very close to the sea, where the fighting took place, went to Palakkad, near Palakkad. Chittoor.
The story is that he died there. Chittoor.
So I have also heard the story that he went away because of the troubles in the coastal area. So this was very difficult times. And then after that, everything, then the Portuguese were followed by the Dutch. The Dutch were followed by the English, and the English very definitely suppressed all local culture. The Dutch did not.
So, in evaluating the contribution of the Kerala school, to sum up, what can you say? The major contribution of the Kerala School of Mathematics?
For me, it is, concretely speaking, it is the invention of calculus. But more generally, more structurally speaking, it is a view of mathematics which is very much more modern than was the case earlier, even compared to Aryabhatta, even compared to Brahmagupta, because many things came into the Indian mathematics for the first time. There was the notion of a function, there was the abstraction involved in thinking of numbers. For the first time after the decimal numbers were invented in India maybe about 200 or 300 years before the Rig Veda was written, because the Rig Veda is full of it. That the structure of almost quasi-piano axioms in Jashdeva. So there was a very modernistic spirit, and my view is that, and also the definition and the operations that you can do on polynomials, very abstractly described. So my view is that this was an awakening time, that is to say, everything was seen in completely general abstract terms. That was the endeavor. But everything came to an end. That's it.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
You are telling about the idea of proof in Yuktibhasha.
Yeah.
Will you elaborate that point? Because there is some confusion regarding what is this how rigorous the proof is.
Yeah. So see, the question of rigor is very much a question of what we accept as logically acceptable, logically self-evident. For example, Euclid, who is the grandfather of all proof methods, I mean, the model for everybody who wants to give a proof, he had a certain set of postulates and certain what he called common notions, which are rules of logic, not rules of mathematics, then definitions of mathematical objects and their properties, and then draw conclusions using the rules of the common notions. This is very Aristotelian in the sense that, so if you look at a proof of Euclid, for example, if you look at the proof of what is called Pythagoras theorem in the West, and what in India has always been called.
Incidentally, it is also proved in Yuktibhasha, Pythagoras theorem.
Several proofs. There are 2 proofs in Yuktibhasha. There are several proofs by Nilakantha. It was proved from at least from 800 BC till about 1600 AD. So in those proofs are very visual. If you look at the proofs, the way the diagrams are drawn, it's just a matter of pushing it here and pushing it here and so on and so forth. You can make them Euclidean in the sense that you can start with a set of axioms for triangles and right triangles, and then actually set down the rules of reasoning which you follow, and then from that you can actually prove in the Euclidean way. But Euclid's own proof, if you remember your school days, you will see that it is completely unnatural in the sense that it is a prop for a line of logical argumentation. So for Euclid, geometry is the perfect illustration of Aristotelian methods of reasoning. Here, the mathematics, not only the geometry, but also other aspects of mathematics, they were never thought of as part of the logical systems that the Indian logicians were concerned with. You know, it goes back to at least the time of the Upanishads and carried on till 12th century AD. All the 6 schools and the Buddhists with their own peculiar logic and so on. All of that happened. The mathematicians must have been aware of what was happening. But if you read the mathematics, you will find no trace of any such thing. Unless again you read it very carefully. Suddenly you will find some amazingly interesting sentences, like Yuktibhasha will say, so the way to go from a number to a higher number is to multiply it by 10. Multiply it again by 10. So he said, thus, endowed with multiplication and the positional difference that you have when you write numbers down, there is no end to the names of numbers. Therefore, we cannot know all the numbers. So we cannot know the numbers because they cannot be given names. This is a very strong philosophical position. It's not even linguistic, it's a very philosophical. It's a very, it is the position taken by somebody like Bhartrhari in the maybe the 6th century. So there is this philosophical difference. So Indian proofs are not to be compared with Euclidean proofs. Indian proofs must be understood on their own terms. And Nilakantha says that the initial input is always our sensory perception. I will not use Sanskrit names because I don't know the subject well enough. So you subject it to analysis by the power of your mind, and then you present it to your peers, and then it's a very oversimplified summary of what he says. He says very many beautiful things, and then you teach it to young people, discuss it with them, and then we will know that it is probably true. Now, if you say in the European context that a proof is a matter of consensus, as Nilakantha says, they will not accept it, because that is not the case in the Western philosophy. So what is a proof? So having said, Nilakantha in 3 books, Jyotirmimamsa and Siddhanta Darpana, that was written early, and then he supplied a Vyakhya to it. Then Aryabhatiya Bhashya. These 3 wise books, I call them the wise books, they're full of illustrations of this. I mean, for example, his commentary on Aryabhata, he illustrates his position regarding proofs by actually working out the proofs. Then, of course, in Yukti Bhasha, the same is presented on a much bigger canvas, because he's dealing with much more sophisticated things, like the notion of an infinitesimal. What does it mean to divide by infinity, even if numbers beyond a certain number cannot have names. So there was always a conflict between the philosophical positions and the needs of mathematics. And finally, like all good mathematicians, they resolved it by saying, hang the philosophers, we'll do the mathematics.
So how to compare the work of Kerala School of Mathematics and the work of Newton and Leibniz?
No, that's
chronologically
chronologically it's clear, because Newton and Leibniz came 250 years later. But conceptually, first difference is that Newton particularly, I mean, if you look at Newton's unpublished, at that time unpublished, collected papers which have been published over the, I think, 1960s, 70s, in a large number of volumes, there is no end to the number of examples. He said, any curve, he will say that what I am going to say now is true for any curve, mechanical or geometrical. Mechanical curves are curves which are drawn with the help of certain instruments, but they are generally smooth curves. Geometrical are curves which, circles, ellipses, conic sections, and so on and so forth. So he will say that from the beginning, or any function whatsoever. What he means by a function is generally polynomials and rational functions, plus square roots of such functions. That he does deal with. He says so. So, whereas here, nobody ever talked about very general functions. Yes. They only said, we have this problem, we have a problem, we want to know what is the sign of an angle when the angle is given arbitrarily. And I'll tell you how to do it. So every time, for example, the fundamental theorem of calculus, the so-called fundamental theorem of calculus, does not make an appearance in the Indian calculus. On the other hand, the handling of the infinitesimal limit is very much more assured, very much sounder, because what they do is, you take a geometrical quantity, the length of a curve, for example, divide it by a number n, make sure n is very large, so you can assume that each segment is very small, work with it, ignore effects of curvature at that scale, then let n go to infinity. This is technically and philosophically, in my view, more satisfying and sounder, very definitely. So there are some differences, but they were doing calculus. I mean, Newton would have had no problem in thinking of Madhava as a fellow mathematician, and vice versa. Yeah.
Some people are asking whether the mathematics of Kerala school was transmitted to Europe or not.
Yeah, this, generally there are many positions. There are people who actually believe, who actually have written fairly extensively, that all the great discoveries of mathematics are made only once, and then after that it is passed on by communication, by transmission.
Far from the truth.
That, in my view, it is far from the truth, in the sense that we know what we learn as Pythagoras' theorem was discovered in some form or the other, not always in the same form, in Babylonia, 1800 BC, then in India, about 1000 BC. Baudhayanas Shilpa Sutra, 1000 BC.
China.
Then China, we don't know when exactly, because there are only references to earlier work, and there is no general statement. As far I know very little about Chinese mathematics, but I haven't seen one. Maybe there is, which says that take any right triangle, the square on the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares on the other two sides. They will say 3, 4, 5 in the usual Pythagorean triples. Such a thing can also be said to some extent about the Babylonian approach to it, but it's very difficult to know, because there are many tablets still unread from Babylon.
It said that some tablets contain Pythagorean triples.
Lots of them.
Lots of them.
Yeah. That is well known. That's known since 1930s. But now there is more interesting evidence coming, in which apparently there are cases. There is another tablet in which there is a square drawn and its diagonal drawn, and down below is written the square root of 2, which is the diagonal length of the diagonal, in the base 60 Babylonian enumeration. So they probably knew the thing very well. So anyhow, there are these people who believe that, and I personally I'm a universalist. That is to say, mathematical ideas are independent of the thinker as long as he thinks, independent of the context in which he thinks about it, whether he's an engineer, or whether he's an architect, whether he's a pure mathematician. I think they are the same, and therefore the chances that a prepared mind will discover such a truth.
They mean that mathematics is independent of even the physical universe?
I will not take Platonist positions, but I personally believe that if somebody can discover by thinking about geometry that Pythagoras' theorem is true, there is no reason why an Indian mathematician who needs the same idea cannot discover the same truth. It cannot be another truth. So there is that. Now calculus is very tricky, because so what do we need when we want to say that something is transmitted from one place to another? First of all, there is the chronology. That is to say, first place must have done it earlier. That of course obvious. Then there must be a means of transmission, preferably documented. Then finally we should see the traces of transmission in the mathematics that followed. Like if you inject something into your body, after some time you will find those antibodies proliferating. So the question is, now it is true, Madhava's calculus is much earlier than Newton's and Leibniz's, but there is not a shred of evidence so far for any transmission that takes place. It's not enough to say that some of the Jesuit priests who came from Portugal or other parts of Western Europe knew mathematics. It's not enough. There is no casual mention even. And I believe that one of the people who actually thought that it wasn't such a bad idea actually did some searches in Europe. It is Dr. George Georgis Joseph, along with our good historian Raghav Warrior, and they haven't found any evidence. The most seriously, the genes, the mathematical genes in the Indian approach to calculus and the European approach to calculus are so very different that I cannot believe that there was any influence. That's my personal view. So the thing is, while this work was going on, let's say around 1400 AD, Europe was completely unprepared for this kind of sophisticated mathematics, even from 1400 to 1500. Because if you look at the mathematics of Europe at that time, the first steps towards algebra was being taken, and there are good reasons for it, because something which we don't normally talk about, with the influence of writing numbers in base 10, decimal numbers, on our thinking. For example, in the invention of algebra, we don't pay attention to it, because Newton does. Newton says that my manipulation of infinite series, the model for me is the decimal numbers. He says so. What he calls it, the recent doctrine of decimal numbers. That means it reached Europe maybe 100 years before Newton. Now we know when it reached there. It reached there in the beginning of the 13th century or 14th century, I've forgotten. But it was not widespread. The knowledge was not widespread.
So all these Kerala mathematicians are considering Aryabhata as their Paramacharya, and most of the people are continuing the work of work the Aryabhata started.
Yeah.
But there is a feeling that in other parts of India, this Aryabhata tradition is not that not followed that strongly.
Yeah, I am not.
There are some people who objected to the ideas of.
I think one should make a distinction. I think the distinction is that people who objected to Aryabhata did not object to his mathematics. They objected to particularly to some ideas he had of astrophysics, we may say, that the earth spins, okay, and they went to the extent of removing one verse. Brahmagupta attacked him on many fronts. I think Brahmagupta was a very orthodox person. He was upset because Aryabhata brought all these newfangled ideas about how to measure time, what the yuga is, and all kinds of things.
It is unfortunate that after some time, this the work of the school gradually faded away. And you mentioned that the advent of Portuguese and other foreigners is one factor behind that.
Yeah.
Could you suggest some other factors?
I think it is best to think of the Portuguese impact on the life of the mind in Kerala in terms of a trigger. It caused certain things to disappear. For example, the art forms flourished, continued to flourish. Kathakali, for example, came after the Portuguese invasion, and many other Kudiyatam, they all flourished. Ayurveda did not suffer.
Why we need a book in Malayalam at that time, and most of them knew Sanskrit very well.
Yeah.
Then
all of them knew Sanskrit very well.
Then what is the relevance of the Malayalam book like Yukti Bhasha?
In any case, before they started on a Shastra, they would have done Sanskrit, Vyakarana in great detail. So, for me, that's the greatest mystery about Yukti Bhasha. Why was it written, and why was it written in Malayalam? There was a time when I thought that it is because the Portuguese, many Portuguese priests knew Malayalam. So now that was the time when I was reading about this transmission theories and so on and so forth. I said perhaps he was actually teaching a bunch of people, including many who did not know Sanskrit. But that cannot be right, because first of all the technical terms are Sanskrit. Only the common speech language is what I call Bazar Malayalam. It is actually not even literary Malayalam. It's if you look at Yukti Bhasha, you're surprised at the crudity of the language very often. And so it's not refined at all. So I think it's a great mystery. I don't know.
Adhyatma Ramayana by Tunjathiruthachan was also written around the same time and around the same places.
Around the same time? I thought it was later, no? Later, late 16th century, maybe. This is 1520. According to me, Yukti Bhasha is to be dated between 1520 and 1525.
That is there a need for to learn mathematics and Puranas and Shastra, etc.?
We just agreed that what Yukti Bhasha represents is the idea that mathematics is not is driven by astronomy. It is being done for its own sake. So there is no question of need. If there are enough people interested in mathematics, they will learn mathematics.
But Yukti Bhasha is also a two-part treatise. The second part is complete astronomy, and the first part can be considered as preliminary work for the astronomy.
That's what he says. But in fact, none of the mathematics in the part 1 is used in part 2. Part 2 is used the standard trigonometric formulae. The series are not used, the volume of the sphere is not used, and so on and so forth. It's not there. So, the other thing is, what is remarkable is that after Yukti Bhasha, 30 years later, roughly speaking, Shankaracharya wrote 3 pieces, all in Sanskrit verse. Achyuta wrote several works, all in Sanskrit, at least his astronomy mathematics works. So why in the middle of a tradition of Sanskrit is this singular Malayalam prose text? I don't know the answer.
That's a very interesting question.
Yeah, I don't know the answer. I think one day maybe we'll know, but we don't know it.
And I think this is a good place to conclude our interesting discussion.
Yes, thanks very much. It has been very, very, very enjoyable.
I am also to thank you for this.
Welcome back to yet another session. In this session, we will discuss epistemological method of rationalism and empiricism. The dawn of modern philosophy, characterized chiefly by the reflection of scientific spirit, gave much prominence to epistemology or theory of knowledge. The continental rationalism and empiricism are the two outstanding epistemological methods that sought to give justification to knowledge practices along with its source, origin as well as limits. These thought trends laid the foundation of all subsequent methods of knowledge. Rationalism holds that reason is the sole or primary source of knowledge. It asserts the power of human reason to reach sure and universal knowledge. Rational mind can attain knowledge with the help of self-evident concepts and principles. Rationalists often believe in a theory of innate ideas, according to which these truths are innate to the mind, that is, they are part of the original dispositions of the intellect. Rationalism insists that no certainty can be attained by the means of our senses. It is also not possible to attain certainty about the objects of sense experience. What can be known are mental objects, and these are known not by senses but through reason. Rationalists often assert that the objects that can be known with complete certainty are the real and the prominent ones of the world, and that the others are either illusionary, unreal or trivial. Empiricism commences with the actual situation of human life and to examine what information we have, where we get it from, and what degree of reliability it may have. Empiricists find it futile to search for absolute truths about the so-called real world. They insist that we should start by examining sense information, even though it may not be completely certain. The sense data is the source and the foundation of human knowledge. Empiricists seek to relate the contents of our mind, our knowledge and beliefs, and their acquisition to sense-based experience and observation. Experience is the touchstone of truth and meaning, and that we cannot know of things which go beyond our experience. Rationalists hold that pure reason can be a source of knowledge and ideas. Rationalists' view is that isolated pieces of factual belief are insignificant compared with the certainties of a rational system of knowledge, such as geometry gives us. As for our initial ideas, some of them are innately built into the mind and do not come from experience. The limits of knowledge and of intelligibility are not set by experience. Empiricists claim that we can know reliably only what comes to us by sensory experience and by observation and experiment and by testing through experience. Knowledge is based upon the senses, upon the flux of the sensible world. Empiricism gives primacy to sense experience over reason. They reject the theory of innate ideas and refuse the claim of rationalism that reason alone is capable of providing genuine knowledge. The epistemological method of both trends, rationalism and empiricism, can be known through their representative thinkers. The prominent rationalist philosophers are Descartes, Spinoza and Leibniz. Empiricism is best reflected in the thought of John Locke, George Berkeley and David Hume. The rationalist doctrine that complete understanding of a proposition is sufficient enough for a person to know whether the proposition is true or false has been forwarded in Descartes' work Rule for the Direction of the Mind. A man who understands a proposition perfectly is one who can reason correctly with it, can see all that it entails and all that it denies. Influenced by the certainty of mathematical method, Descartes wanted to form such an accurate philosophical method. In his book, Discourse on Method, he outlined 4 rules to be followed in the method of philosophical investigation, which are as follows. First one, accept nothing as true which you do not clearly and distinctly know it to be so. Second one, divide each problem into as many simple parts as possible and arrange these parts in order from the simplest to the complex. Third one, carry on the reflections in due order, starting with solving the simplest and rise little by little or by degrees to knowledge of the more complex. And the final one, make enumerations so as to make sure that no omissions have been made and no mistakes has been committed. Descartes held that nothing perceived by the senses is clear and distinct. So he suggested intuition as a source of clear and distinct ideas. A series of intuitions constitute a demonstration. By reviewing the demonstrations carefully, one becomes absolutely certain of conclusions drawn. If we limit our assertions to the clear and distinct ideas which are known intuitively, error is impossible. If we are impelled by emotions or prejudices or confused ideas, we make assertions for which we have no clear idea and distinct knowledge, and we commit error. In developing the epistemological method, Descartes also developed a skeptical approach, which later came to be known as initial skepticism. This method starts with doubt. Everything is doubted. He doubted his own sensations, memory, waking thoughts, existence of external world, the truths of mathematics, and even his own existence. Then he found that there is one thing which he cannot doubt. That is, he cannot doubt the fact that he is doubting or thinking. That means he cannot doubt about his doubt. Since the doubt exists, there must be a doubter. This led to the conclusion, cogito ergo sum, which means I think, therefore I exist. Thus, Descartes proved his existence. Based on this epistemological method, he forwards to establish his metaphysical speculations like existence of God, mind, and matter as substances, along with his insistence on dualist metaphysics and his attempted explanation of mind-body relation through the theory of interactionism. Spinoza follows Cartesian method, but seeks more consistency and systemization. The metaphysical idea of substance is worked out in a logically consistent manner and brought about monism in the place of dualism. It gave way to pantheism and psychophysical parallelism. Spinoza adopts a geometrical method. Everything follows from the first principle as necessarily as the propositions of geometry follow from their logical presuppositions. The universe is conceived as a causal chain in which each link is necessarily connected with the preceding link, just as in a process of reasoning, every conclusion is grounded on premises. Spinoza tries to solve the problem of deriving the many from the one by his doctrine of modes. He defines mode as the modification of substance which exists in and is conceived through something other than itself. He speaks of finite modes and infinite modes. According to him, God, the substance, in the attribute of extension has the infinite mode of motion and rest. In the attribute of thought, God possesses infinite mode of intellect. Through these infinite modes, one universal substance takes the form of various objects of our daily life. The human beings, plants, animals, sticks, stones, and every particular thing in the world are finite modes. Leibniz carried forward the rationalist claims through his theory of monads. They are centers of force, differing quantitatively. They are mental, absolutely simple substances, not composed of extended parts and cannot be decomposed. Therefore, monads are indestructible and immortal. All monads are graded in accordance with the degree of perfection they have in mirroring the universe. The bare monads, the lowest ones, constitute the inorganic world. Monad at the top is the supreme monad, and this is God. In man, monad is a reasonable spirit. These spirits reflect, they are aware of their own selves. They are also capable of using the logical principles of contradiction and sufficient reason. God has created a pre-established harmony between the monads, rendering every monad in agreement with all the other monads at all time. The world we experience forms only a very small portion of the whole universe, and we know the world only for a very short period of time. Empiricism. The term empiricism is derived from the Greek word empiria, which means acquainted with. The Latin translation is experientia, which means experience. Empiricism takes experience as the touchstone of truth and meaning. It assumes a stratified form in which the lowest level is issued directly from experience and the higher one is based on the lower level. John Locke, in his book Essay Concerning Human Understanding, surveys the territory of human knowledge. He states that all materials of human knowledge are derived from experience, either of the external world through our sense or our mental life through introspection. Rejecting the Cartesian notion of innate ideas, Locke holds that the mind of human being at the time of birth is like a blank tablet, an unwritten paper devoid of any ideas. All ideas are acquired from experience. Innate ideas hinders the path of free inquiry. True knowledge is to be found by the active employment of human faculties. That is why Locke used the metaphor of tabula rasa, or blank slate or empty chamber, to refer to the mind of an infant. Epistemology occupies the center position in Lockean philosophy. He examines the nature, origin, validity, and the limits of knowledge. Philosophy is looked upon as the true knowledge of things, including the nature of things, that which man ought to do as a rational voluntary agent, and the ways and the means of attaining and communicating such knowledge. Locke explained the origin of knowledge in terms sensation, reflection, and experience. All objects of our mind are ideas derived from sensation and reflection. Through sensation, the mind is furnished with sensible qualities. Many ideas are formed when our sense organs are affected by external objects. Some other ideas are received by reflection, when we perceive the operations of our mind on the ideas. All our ideas are either simple or complex. Simple ideas are atoms out of which all knowledge is composed. The mind, by its innate power of compounding, comparing, and abstracting, put together simple ideas and make new complex ideas. Simple ideas enter our mind in 4 different ways. Some simple idea enters our mind by one sense only, some by more than one sense, some by reflection, and some other through both sensation and reflection. According to Locke, ideas should be clear, distinct, so as to become knowledge. The most certain knowledge is the perception of agreement or disagreement between our ideas. When this agreement or disagreement of ideas are perceived by direct inspection, it is intuitive knowledge. If it is established indirectly by comparing them with one or more ideas, it is called mediate or rational or demonstrative knowledge. Our knowledge of the particular existence of finite external things goes beyond bare possibility, and this is called sensitive knowledge. George Berkeley upheld empiricism and insisted that all our thoughts exist in the mind. They cannot exist outside mind. The existence of anything consists in being perceived by a mind. The same thing is true of our sensation. For him, existence is identical with perception, or esse est percipi. This is termed as subjective idealism. The cause of our sense experience must be an active substance. It cannot be matter, because unperceived matter is an abstraction which cannot be believed. Berkeley was convinced of the capacity of human mind to cope with the problem of knowledge. The desire for knowledge can be satisfied by a proper use of our faculties. However, mind is incapable of framing abstract ideas. A general idea is one which, considered in itself, is particular, but which becomes general by being made to represent or stand for all other particular ideas of the same sort. The objects of human knowledge are either actually imprinted on the senses or are perceived by attending to the passions and operations of the mind, or ideas formed with the help of memory and imagination. These ideas are compounded, divided, or merely represented. Besides ideas, there is something which knows or perceives them and exercises diverse operations as willing, imagining, and remembering them. This perceiving, acting being in mind, spirit, soul, myself, says Berkeley. David Hume, another representative of British empiricism, asserts that knowledge has its source in experience. For him, our knowledge is limited to the world of phenomena. He held that all the materials of our thinking are derived from inward and outward impressions. Lively perceptions are called impressions. When all sensations, passions, and emotions make their first appearance in the soul, impressions are made. All our thoughts or ideas are copies of such impressions. They are less lively perceptions. They arise when we recall impressions on sensation. Impressions are either outward or inward. Outward impressions arise in the soul from unknown causes. Inward impressions are created by our ideas. For instance, we have an impression of heat, of which an idea or a copy remains. The ideas produce new impressions like fear. These again are copied by the memory and imagination. From such impressions, all our knowledge is derived. Knowledge results from compounding, transposing, or diminishing the materials furnished by the senses and experience. Our ideas or thought are not unconnected. They are related together with a definite method and regularity. Different ideas are connected together by the law of association of idea. These are the laws of resemblance, contiguity in time and place, cause and effect. Hume divides human knowledge into relations of ideas and matters of fact. Of the first kind are the truths of geometry and algebra, and also every affirmation which is either intuitively or demonstratively certain. For example, 3 times 5 is equal to half of 30 expressions a relation between these numbers. Propositions of this kind are discoverable by the mere operation of thought. Matters of fact are not ascertained in the same manner. The contrary of every matter of fact is possible. All scientific knowledge and principles such as cause-effect relationship belongs to matters of fact. The knowledge of cause and effect is derived from experience and custom. There is no absolute self-evident knowledge of matters of fact. Our knowledge never reaches absolute certainty. By basing our conclusion on experience, we believe that the future will be like past, but we have no absolute assurance. Epistemological discussions becomes fruitful only when a proper method is employed. In Western philosophy, the modern times saw the emergence of rationalism and empiricism as the two opposing epistemological methods which imbibe scientific spirit. The session shows how various thinkers within the same tradition differs from one another, thereby leading to different approaches within. The initial skepticism of Descartes, monism and pantheism of Spinoza, and monads of Leibniz expounds rationalist method. The empiricist method is expressed in Lockean rejection of innate ideas, Berkeley's subjective idealism, and skepticism of David Hume. Before we move to the next session, please try to answer the following questions. First question, bring out the chief characteristics of rationalism and empiricism. Second one, examine the relevance of rationalist method in epistemological inquiry. Third question, analyze the role of John Locke in the development of empiricism. Fourth question, explain subjective idealism. Fifth question, elucidate the contributions of empiricism as an epistemological method. Here are some books for your reference. From Socrates to Sartre, The Philosophical Quest by T.Z. Levin, published in 1984 by Bantam Books. A History of Philosophy by Frank Tilly, published by Allahabad Publishing House. A Critical History of Western Philosophy by Y. Marshi, published by Motilal Banarasi Das Publishers in 1996. Hope this session was useful for you. See you next time. Until then, bye.
Welcome friends. We now start the discussion on integrals of complex valued functions. As in real calculus, we distinguish between definite integrals and indefinite integrals or antiderivatives. An indefinite integral is a function whose derivative equals a given analytic function in a region. By inverting non-differentiation formulas, as find many types of indefinite integrals. Next we have derivatives of complex valued functions of a real variable. The derivatives of complex valued functions of complex variable have been introduced in previous sessions. We have seen that if f is a function whose domain of definition contains a neighborhood of a point z0, then the derivative of f at z0 is f dash z0 is equal to, which is equal to limit z tending to z0 f of z minus f of z0 by z minus z0. Provided this limit exists. In order to introduce integrals of fz in a fairly simple way, we first consider derivatives and definite integrals of complex valued functions w of a real variable t. We have definition, that is, if w of t is equal to u of t plus iv of t, equation number 1, where the functions u and v are real valued functions of t, then the derivative w dash of t, or we can say d by dt of w of t, of the function this one at a point t is defined as w dash of t is equal to what? U dash of t plus iv dash of t. Equation number 2. Provided each of u dash and v dash, the derivatives of the real valued functions u and v exist at t. Next, theorem 1. For each complex constant, that is z0 is equal to x0 plus I by 0, d by dt of z0 of w of t which is equal to, here we have a bracket, which is equal to z0 into w dash of t. Equation number 3, third equation. The proof follows that for each complex constant z0, that is x0 plus I by 0, we have d by dt of z0 wt is equal to, we can write d by dt of z0 into Wt is equal to d by dt of, instead of z naught we can write x naught plus I y naught, and for W of t we can write u plus iv, which is equal to, here we have brackets, main bracket, d by dt of, which is equal to d by dt of x naught u, mere multiplication, minus y naught v plus I terms, here we have y naught u minus, plus x naught v, which is equal to d by dt of, first term we have x naught u minus y naught v plus I into d by dt of second term, plus I into d by dt of y naught u plus x naught v, using definition 2, which we can write as, which is equal to x naught u dash minus y naught v dash, first term x naught u dash minus y naught v dash plus second term I into y naught u dash plus x naught v dash. Since for the real valued function u and the real constant x naught, d by dt of x naught u can be written as x naught into du by dt, and so on. That is, which we can write, which is equal to x naught plus I y naught into u dash plus I v dash. That is d by dt of z naught w of t, which is equal to z naught into w dash of t. Theorem number 2. If w1t and w2t are complex valued functions of a real variable t, then first we have sum rule, that is d by dt of w1t plus w2t is equal to w1 dash t plus w2 dash t. Equation number 3. Sorry, equation number 4. Fourth equation. Next we have product rule, that is d by dt of, here we have summation, next we have product, that is d by dt of w1t into w2t product, which is equal to w1t into w2 dash t plus w1 dash t into w2t, first into derivative of the second plus derivative of the first into second one. The proof. Verification of the above results can be made similar to the proof of theorem 1 based on the corresponding rules for real valued functions. We prove only product rule and leave the verification of the other to the exercises. That is, let w1t is equal to u1t plus iv1t. and we can take W2t is equal to U2t plus I V2t, equation number 1, where the functions U1, V1, U2 and V2 are real valued functions of t. Then we have d by dt of W1t into W2t, which is equal to d by dt of what? U1t, that is replace W1t by this and Wt by this one. So we get U1t, U2t on multiplication, we get U1t, U2t minus V1t, V2t plus the next term I into the next term is U1 V2, U1t V2t, that is U1 V2 term plus V1t U2t. This is the second term, that is terms containing the complex number I. This we can write as, which is equal to again d by dt of what? U1t U2t minus V1t V2t plus we can take this d by dt inside the bracket, that is d by dt of U1t U2t minus V1t V2t plus again d by dt of, here we have I, we can take this I outside, I into d by dt of U1t V2t plus V1t U2t. This is our second term by using definition 2. This we can write as which is equal to U1t into du2t by dt plus du1t by dt into u2t. This is our first term differentiation minus what? In the brackets we have v1 into, next we have dv2t by dt, dv2t by dt plus, here we have t plus dv1t by dt into v2t. This is a differentiation of the second term, that is first into derivative of the second, like that. Next we have the term plus I into u1t into dv2t by dt, dv2t by dt, this is our first term, plus du1t by dt into v2t, first term, second term, plus v1t into du2t by dt plus what? dv1t by dt into u2t. This is actually our second term, that is terms containing I, using product rule of real valued functions of t, which is equal to u1t plus I v1t into u2 dash t plus I v2 dash t plus Next term we have u1 dash t plus I v1 dash t into u2 t plus I v2 t. That is, this we can write as, which is equal to what? It is nothing but w1 t into w2 dash t plus w1 dash t into w2 t. Next theorem, we have d by dt of e raised to z naught t. That is derivative d by dt of e raised to z naught t. This is equal to z naught e raised to z naught t. This we have to prove. Let the fixed complex number be z naught is equal to x naught plus I y naught. Then e raised to z naught t can be written as, this I can written as e raised to, instead of z naught I can write x naught plus I y naught into t, which I can write, we can split it as e raised to x naught t into e raised to I y naught t. This can again be written as e raised to x naught t into e raised to I y naught t can be written as cos y naught t plus I sin y naught t. That is, e raised to I y naught t can be write like this, e cos y naught t plus I sin y naught t. This we have already discussed. Hence, I can write d by dt of e raised to z naught of z naught t, d by dt of e raised to z naught t. Now, using this I can write this as d by dt of what? E raised to x naught t into cos y naught t plus I sin y naught t. Applying product rule in theorem 2 of complex valued function of a real variable, which is equal to e raised to x naught t d by dt of cos y naught t plus I sin y naught t plus d by dt of e raised to x naught t, that is derivative of the first term, into cos y naught t plus I sin y naught t, that is our second term. Applying product rule in theorem 2 of complex valued functions of a real variable, we can write this as, which is equal to e raised to x naught t, that is our first term, e raised to x naught t. Now, we have to differentiate term by term, which I can write as, here we have minus y naught sin y naught t plus I, derivative of this is I into y naught, derivative of sin is cos y naught t, plus, this is our first term differentiation, plus next we have d by dt of e raised to x naught t. Derivative is x naught into e raised to x naught t into this term, we can write itself cos y naught t plus I sin y naught t. Using definition 2, and since from real calculus we have d by dt of cos y naught t is equal to minus y naught sin y naught t and etc. This I can write as, which is equal to e raised to x naught t into minus y naught sin y naught t plus I y naught cos y naught t plus x naught cos y naught t plus I into x naught sin y naught t on simplification we can write which is equal to x naught plus I y naught into e raised to x naught t, what remains, cos y naught t plus I sin y naught t. This I can write as x naught plus I y naught, we can write it as z naught, and e raised to x naught t into cos y naught t plus I sin y naught t as e raised to z naught t. So this is our proof. Not every rule for derivatives in calculus carries over to functions of the form wt is equal to ut plus ivt. For example, a result similar to mean value theorem in calculus doesn't hold in the case of complex valued function. Suppose that the complex valued function wt is continuous on an interval a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b. That is a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b. That is, its component functions, that is ut and vt, are continuous there. Even if w dash t exists when a less than t less than b, the mean value theorem for derivatives of functions of real numbers no longer applies to w of t. To be precise, it is not necessarily true that there is a real number c in the interval a less than t less than b, such that w dash of c is equal to wb minus w of a by b minus a. Equation number 6. The following example illustrates this. That is, the mean value theorem doesn't hold. Consider the function w of t is equal to e raised to I t on the interval 0 less than or equal to t less than or equal to 2 pi. Here wt is equal to e raised to I t, and also this t varies from 0 less than or equal to t less than or equal to 2 pi. Then mod w dash t is equal to mod I e raised to I t, which I can write as 1, showing that w dash t is never 0, while that is w of t, I can write mod w dash of t is equal to 1, that is mod I e raised to I t, while w 2 pi, w of 2 pi minus w of 0. This is equal to e raised to I 2 pi minus e raised to 0, that is again 1 minus 1, which is equal to 0. And hence, by taking b is equal to 2 pi, a is equal to 0, it is not possible to find a c satisfying our equation number 6, showing that mean value theorem doesn't hold. Definite integrals of w of t. We now define the definite integral of a complex valued function of a real variable t over a given interval a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b. Definition of a definite integrals of the functions of the type, that is w of t is equal to ut plus ivt. Over the intervals a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b are defined as, we have integral a to b w of t dt, which is equal to integral a to b. Here we have u of t, that is u of t dt plus I into integral a to b v of t dt. Mark it as equation number 7. Next equation. When the individual integrals of the real valued functions u and v on the right exist, since u of t is equal to real part of w of t and v of t is equal to imaginary part of w of t. That is, we can take u of t is equal to real part of w of t and v of t as imaginary part of w of t. That is, real part integral a to b w of t dt, which is equal to integral a to b real part of w of t dt. Next equation number 8. And again I can write imaginary part of integral a to b w of t dt, which is equal to integral a to b imaginary part of w of t dt. Mark it as equation number 9. Next we have an example, that is, we have to evaluate integral 0 to pi by 6 e raised to I 2t dt. That is integral 0 to pi by 6 e raised to I 2t dt. This we have to evaluate. For that, we can write integral 0 to pi by 6 e raised to I 2t dt as integral 0 to pi by 6 cos 2t plus I sin 2t dt. This I can write as integral 0 to pi by 6 cos 2t plus I sin 2t dt. That is, e raised to I 2t can be written like this, plus I sin 2t dt, which I can write as, which is equal to, I can split this, that is integral 0 to pi by 6 cos 2t dt, that is our first term, plus the second term, that is I into integral 0 to pi by 6 sin 2t dt. That is integral of cos 2t, that we know, sin 2t by 2, sin 2t by 2 over the limits 0 to pi by 6 plus we have I into integral of sin 2t, that is minus cos 2t by 2 over the limits 0 to pi by 6. We know sin 2t by 2 over the limits 0 to pi by 6. On simplification, we get it as root 3 by 4 plus again here we have cos 2t by 2 over the limits 0 to pi by 6. On substituting pi by 6 and 2 to the variable t, we on simplification we get it as I into 1 by 4, that is I by 4. We can write it as I by 4. That is I by 4. That is root 3. Actually, it is root 3 plus I by 4. Next, we have to evaluate integral 0 to 1 plus I t whole square dt. Here the limit is 0 to 1 plus I t whole square dt. Since 1 plus I t whole square can be written as this, I can write as what 1 minus t whole square plus, that is terms does not containing I, plus I into 2t On expanding this, I can write it as 1 minus t whole square plus I to t, and I can write integral 0 to 1 1 plus I t whole square is equal to integral 0 to 1 splitting 1 minus t whole square dt plus I into integral 0 to 1 2t dt. On substituting, first we have to integrate 1 minus t square as usual and 2t, and substituting the values 0 and 1. On simplification we get this term as 2 by 3, and here we have simplification, we get integral 0 to 1 2t as 1. So here we have 2 by 3 plus I. Improper integrals of w of t over unbounded intervals are defined in a similar way. The existence of the integrals of u and v in the definition 7 of the definite integral is ensured if those functions are piecewise continuous on the interval a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b. Such a function is continuous everywhere in the stated interval except possible for the finite number of points where, although discontinuous, it has one-sided limits. Of course, only the right hand limit is required at A and only the left hand limit is required at B. When both u and v are piecewise continuous, the function w is said to be piecewise continuous. The next result is a rule for integrating a complex constant times a function. That is, the theorem states that rule for integrating a complex constant times a function. For a complex constant, z0 is equal to x0 plus I y0. Integral a to b z0 w of t dt is equal to z0 integral a to b w of t dt. That is integral a to dt. That is integral a to b z0 w of t is equal to, here we have, of course we have dt, which is equal to z0 integral a to b w of t dt. We have proof. For each complex constant, that is z0 is equal to x0 plus I y0 and w of t is equal to ut plus I vt, we have integral a to b z0 w of t dt can be written as, this can be written as I can write x0 plus I y0 instead of z0, that is integral a to b x0 plus I y0 into, instead of w of t I can write u plus iv into dt. This is equal to mere multiplication integral a to b x0 u minus y0 v, that is we are collecting terms without I together, plus I into, next we have I terms together, that is y0 u plus x0 v dt. This is equal to, now I am going to split, that is integral a to b x0 u minus y0 v dt plus I into integral a to b y0 u plus x0 v dt by the definition of integration given by equation number 2, which is equal to, now x0 into, here we have u, that we have to integrate, integral a to b u dt minus y0 into integral a to b v dt plus I into, next term I into, now you put a bracket here, I into y0 into integral a to b u dt plus x0 into integral a to b v dt, close the bracket. This on simplification we get it as x0 into x0 plus I y0 into integral a to b u dt plus I into integral a to b v dt. Now you put a bracket here. That is x naught plus I y naught into integral a to b u dt plus I into integral a to b v dt. Hence, we can say integral a to b z naught w of t is equal to z naught into integral a to b w of t dt. Next, theorem number 5. If w1t and w2t are complex valued functions of a real variable t defined over a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b, then integral a to b w1 plus w2 t dt is equal to integral a to b w1 t dt plus integral a to b w2 t dt, provided the integrals exist. Next, theorem number 6. If w of t is a complex valued function of a real variable t defined over a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b and a less than c less than b, then integral a to b w of t dt can be written as which I can write as integral a to c w of t dt plus integral c to b w of t dt, provided the integrals exist. Next, we have extension of fundamental theorem of calculus. The fundamental theorem of calculus involving antiderivatives can be extended so as to apply to integral of the type integral a to b integral a to b w of t dt is equal to integral a to b ut dt plus I into integral a to b vt dt. That is ut dt plus next one I into integral a to b vt dt. Next, equation number 10. We first recall fundamental theorem of calculus. That is, if f is continuous at every point of AB, that is closed interval AB, and f is any antiderivative of f at closed interval AB, then we have integral a to b fx dx is equal to which is equal to f of x over the limits a to b, that we can write which is equal to f of b minus f of a. Next theorem says that extension of fundamental theorem of calculus to integrals of type 10. That is, suppose w of t is equal to ut plus I vt and w of t is equal to ut plus I vt are continuous on the interval a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b. If w dash of t is equal to w of t when a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b, then integral a to b w of t dt is equal to, we can write integral a to b w of t dt, which is equal to w of t over the limits a to b. This I can write as w of b minus w of a. Equation number 11. This w is called the antiderivative of this w. This capital W is the antiderivative of this small w. Proof. If w dash of t is equal to w of t when a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b, then we have, that is capital W dash of t. Capital W dash of t is equal to w of t, where this t varies from a to b. Then we have u dash t, capital U dash t plus iv dash t, which is equal to what? Our small ut plus ivt. Here we have capital W and here we have small w. And so u dash t is equal to ut, capital U dash t is equal to small ut. Similarly, v dash t is equal to vt. Hence, in view of definition 10 of definite integral, we can say integral a to b w of t dt is equal to integral a to b, here we have capital W, u of t plus actually it is u of t plus I v of t. I can split it as integral a to b u of t dt plus I into integral a to b v of t dt. This we can write as, which is equal to u of t over the limits a to b plus I into v of t over the limits a to b. Using fundamental theorem of calculus of real valued functions, this I can write as which is equal to u of b minus u of a, that is u of b minus u of a plus I into, here we have v of b minus v of a. This I is common for v of b and v of a. This I can write, which is equal to u of b plus I into v of b, next term minus u of a plus I v of a. This is nothing but what? W of b minus W of a. That is, integral a to b W of t dt is equal to W of b minus W a, which is equal to W of t over the limits a to b. That is our equation number 12. Next we have to evaluate integral 0 to pi by 4 e raised to I t dt. That is integral 0 to pi by 4 e raised to I t dt. This I have to evaluate. We have d by dt of e raised to I t is equal to I e raised to I t. That is, d by dt of minus I e raised to I t is equal to minus I into d by dt of e raised to I t. That I can write as d by dt of minus I e raised to I t, which is equal to minus I into I e raised to I t, minus I into I e raised to I t. This is nothing but e raised to I t. So that taking W of t is equal to e raised to I t, I get capital W of t is equal to minus I e raised to I t. Using the above result, we have integral 0 to pi by 4 e raised to I t dt is equal to minus I e raised to I t over the limit 0 to pi by 4, which is equal to minus I e raised to I pi by 4 plus I. That I can write as, which is equal to minus I into 1 by root 2 plus I by root 2 plus I, which on simplification, which is equal to 1 by root 2 plus I into 1 by root 2 plus I into 1 minus 1 by root 2. Next we have mean value theorem for integrals doesn't hold. Consider the function W of t is equal to e raised to I t on the interval 0 less than or equal to t less than or equal to 2 pi. We show that there is no number c in the interval 0 less than t less than 2 pi such that integral 0 to 2 pi W of t dt is equal to W of c 2 pi minus 0. That is integral 0 to ranges from 0 to 2 pi W of t dt. This is equal to W of C into 2 pi minus 0. It is easy to see that integral 0 to 2 pi W of t dt is equal to 0 to 2 pi W of t dt can be written as integral 0 to 2 pi e raised to I t dt. We know how to integrate e raised to I t, that is e raised to I t by I over the limit 0 to 2 pi. This is equal to what? The value is equal to 0. But for any number such that 0 less than c less than 2 pi, we have mod W of c into 2 pi minus 0 is equal to mod e raised to ic into 2 pi. We know mod e raised to ic is 1. So, which is equal to 2 pi, but we know this is not equal to 0. Thus, WC into 2 pi minus 0 is not 0. So, in this session, we have discussed derivatives of complex valued functions of real variables and fundamental theorem of calculus and done some examples. In the next session, we discuss contours. So, see you next time. Until then, take care.
Hello, welcome to the MOOC on Innovative Strategies of Teaching and Learning. For effective teaching, the teacher utilizes certain approaches and tools to enable the student to learn and flourish. Instruction strategies are the techniques or methods that a teacher can get to meet the various learning objectives, and instructors are supposed to have a variety of strategies to match the educational needs of students. They equip teachers to make learning enjoyable, and effective teachers choose from a variety of instructional strategies for students. These strategies help students to stimulate their desire to learn and to walk on the path of independent learning and become strategic learners. I am Dr. A. Hamid, Professor in the Department of Education, University of Calicut, Kerala. I am going to offer you a course on Innovative Strategies of Teaching and Learning. The course is designed to develop an understanding of the theoretical framework of innovative strategies of teaching and learning and the practical ways of implementing them in classrooms. The major objective of the course is to help the teachers understand the different aspects of recent innovations in teaching and learning. Each module is presented with an introduction to the instructional or learning strategy, followed by its exponents, basic elements, assumptions, characteristics, advantages and disadvantages, and steps for developing lesson transcripts for the particular strategy. It is a 4-credit course that has to be completed within a period of 14 weeks. One module each will be uploaded in the first 3 days of the week, followed by interaction based on the modules covered. Regular live interaction and discussion forum will be an added attraction of the course. Each module includes quiz, assignments and reference materials. Final examination will be carried out and certification will be made. Let me invite you to join with me for this wonderful journey to understand the innovative practices of teaching and learning. Come and explore the dynamic world of teaching and learning. Thank you.
tidal wave could wipe off the footprints we leave behind, without any traces of remembrance. Only a few things survived the torrents of time. Like the spectacular Bekal fort of Kasargod, still radiant with a princely grandeur. Like the pristine St. Angelo fort, the most conspicuous landmark of Kannur district of North Kerala. Not only colossal structures but entities of tradition also survive, running an unbreakable thread through generations. A thread of tradition that doesn't lose its originality amidst fading fashions and fast-changing lifestyles. The handloom industry of Kannur and Kasargod districts of North Kerala is one such legacy. The industry has had its ups and downs, but the rhythm of the looms never subsides. It was originally confined to a small community who used to weave coarse cloth material using crude machinery. As time passed by, it crossed community barriers and emerged as a cottage industry. Today, several individual units have organized themselves into dynamic weavers cooperative societies with a workforce of nearly 20,000. If not all, quite a few societies have come a long way from their humble beginnings in the 50s. As Mr. K. Balan, President of a Weaver Society, explains.
ആഭ്യന്തര മാർക്കറ്റിലേക്ക് ആവശ്യമായ തോർത്തുമുണ്ട് ഉൽപ്പാദനത്തിലാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ തുടങ്ങിയത്. അതിനുശേഷം ഘട്ടം ഘട്ടമായി ഞങ്ങൾ ആഭ്യന്തര മാർക്കറ്റിൽ ആവശ്യമായ എല്ലാവിധ തുണിത്തരങ്ങളും ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കുകയും അത് നന്നായി നല്ല നിലയിൽ വിറ്റഴിക്കാനും നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. തുടർന്ന് എക്സ്പോർട്ട് രംഗത്തേക്ക് കടക്കുകയും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നല്ല ഹോങ്കോങ്, ലണ്ടൻ തുടങ്ങിയ രാജ്യങ്ങളിലേക്ക് ഇന്ന് നല്ല രീതിയിൽ തന്നെ തുണി കയറ്റുമതി ചെയ്തു വരുന്നുണ്ട്.
That these cooperative societies have succeeded in capturing foreign markets is primarily due to the rigor followed in all stages of production, right from processing of the yarn. The societies procure quality cotton yarn from other parts of the country. The yarn is first coiled into small intertwined loops before taking them for boiling. Treating with boiling water is the first step in the processing of yarn required for handlooms. Coiled yarn is put into huge metal boilers. Steaming water is blown intermittently through a pipe. After about 8 hours of boiling, the yarn becomes soft and smooth, free of dirt. The boiled yarn is then bleached by dipping it into a bath of bleaching powder and shaking it vigorously. Excess water from the bleached yarn is expelled using a motorized squeezer. After bleaching, the yarn has to be stretched to separate out the cluttered strands. Stretching ensures uniform diffusion of dyes when dipped into the dye bath. What gives life to these yarns is the color. With the aid of a color catalogue, the dye master finds out the combination of dyes needed to obtain the required color. The required component dyes are taken in calculated quantities. At an appropriate temperature, these dyes are dissolved in water and color fastening agents are added. Bleached yarn is dipped into the dye bath and continuously turned upside down for uniform dyeing. After a few minutes, the color fixes permanently and the yarn is taken out for drying. Over the years, the spectrum of handloom colors have broadened with virtually every hue and shade now in its fold. That too, strictly adhering to eco-friendly dyes only. No dye under suspicion of possible health hazard is used here. This makes handloom fabrics widely acceptable everywhere in the world. The dyed yarn is now ready to be wound on bobbins. types of bobbins are used. One for making the weft, that is, the set of horizontal threads woven across to make the fabric. The other for making the warp, that is, the set of vertical strands. Small blank bobbins are loaded at the middle of the bobbin machine containing clustered yarn wound over the wheel at one end. When the disc at the other end is rotated, the yarn winds up over the bobbin into a continuous knot-free roll. For making the warp, strands from the bobbins are passed through a handheld frame and wound over a rectangular wooden frame which rotates freely. The number of strands getting wound and the order in which they form partially determine the quality of the clothing obtained. The warp so obtained is unwound and taken away for spreading. Before getting loaded onto the loom, it has to be spread properly with the aid of a specially designed comb. The vertical strands to be woven are provided by the warp, loaded at one end of the loom. The horizontal strands, that is, the weft, is taken from bobbins carried in shuttles. The basic process is to interlock the warp strands with the weft strands into a closely knit mesh of the fabric. When the pedals of the loom are controlled by feet, nearly half of the warp strands are lifted at a time. At the next moment, the remaining set of strands go up. The weft strand contained in the shuttle passes alternately through the lifted set of strands. The weft is aligned by means of a wooden bar. The patterns and checks obtained result from the color and arrangement of the warp and the weft. The high durability of handloom materials results from a relatively better thread density. Hence, to maintain the required thread density, a supervisor always keeps an eye on the quality of the material being woven. Though based on a simple mechanism, the process of weaving requires a great deal of skill and workmanship in coordinating the movements of feet, hands, and eyes. By combining a traditional skill with a true spirit of companionship, the cooperative societies now weave all sorts of textiles, including drapes, furnishing materials, bedspreads, dhotis, and saris. They are alive in the production of silk saris as well, and these saris have created a niche of their own in the market. Of all the saris coming from handlooms, Kasaragod saris are a class apart. The work unit of Kasaragod saris is located at Vidyanagar, a few kilometers away from the town of Kasaragod. The workers committed to carry on an age-old tradition realize that these are of a distinctive value. Hence, high standards are maintained throughout. Like in starching the cotton yarn while on the loom for increasing durability. In crafting aesthetically appealing borders with distinct designs. In adding small buttas in golden color for added attraction. Woven with deft hands and carrying imprints of a nostalgic heritage, these saris still remain close to the hearts of the people of Malabar. Over the years, everything else has changed, but not the quality craftsmanship of Kasaragod saris. But this hasn't brought in handsome profits. Somehow, retaining the original charm and keeping the price tag inviting do not go together. Though quite a few societies are still running at a loss, signs of optimism prevail in the industry. Encouraged by the success stories of those societies operating in the foreign markets, others too have started striving for financial betterment. This gradual growth is further energized by the Institute of Handloom and Textile Technology at Kannur. Funded and run by the Government of Kerala, the institute is fast becoming a source of expertise and manpower needed for the handlooms in North Kerala.
For the last 10 years, Institute of Handloom and Textile Technology is offering need-based and systematic training programs in weaving, fabric printing, designing, etc. With more specialized courses planned for the future, Institute is catering to the manpower requirement of the handloom industry in total.
The brisk business during festival seasons indicates that the popularity of handloom textiles is on the mount. If the societies can capitalize on that popularity, these lustrous threads of a distinctive tradition will never fade into oblivion.
Hello and welcome to the session on intellectual property rights. Intellectual property right is one of the defining issues of the Internet era. The Internet has made it easy to access digital media and illegally copy it. Intellectual property law, in particular copyright law, is going to play a big part in the future of the Internet. The Internet in turn is the future of journalism. Hence, for journalists who prepare themselves for digital era need to understand the rules that will shape their profession. In short, every journalist is creating and using copyrighted works, making it important to have at least a basic understanding of the law. This lesson will discuss intellectual property, including protections through copyrights, trademarks and patents. Intellectual property. Who should have ownership rights and control over digitalized information? Who should be able to determine the availability and access to that information? Those are some of the questions concerning intellectual property often debated. The ease of accessing information through the Internet has caused serious concern about protecting intellectual property, including music, movies, digital books, software and video games. Theft of intellectual property has been an ongoing problem. Software piracy is the illegal copying of copyrighted software. It has become a global problem. Piracy of music, movies and books is also a growing problem. Millions of people copy songs, digital books or movies onto their computer or their iPod illegally. They download the media they want for free from a peer-to-peer file sharing website like BitTorrent. This process denies the original artist, authors or entrepreneurs the legitimate compensation they deserve for their work. So, what is intellectual property right? Intellectual property refers to the intangible or non-physical right that is the result of original thought, such as musical, literary or artistic works. Owners of intellectual property are granted exclusive rights through copyrights, trademarks and patents. An exclusive right is a right reserved solely by a particular person or group. Intellectual property rights are like any other property rights. They allow the creator or owner of a patent, trademark or copyright to benefit from his or her own work or investment. These rights are outlined in Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which sets forth the right to benefit from the protection of moral and material interest resulting from authorship of any scientific, literary or artistic production. The importance of intellectual property was first recognized in the Paris Convention for the Protection of Industrial Property in 1883 and the Berne Convention for the Protection of Literary and Artistic Works in 1886. Both treaties are administered by the World Intellectual Property Organization, that is WIPO. However, the scope and definition of intellectual property is constantly evolving with the inclusion of newer forms under the gambit of intellectual property. With the establishment of the World Trade Organization, that is WTO, the importance and role of the intellectual property protection has been crystallized in the trade-related intellectual property systems, which is known as TRIPS agreement. It was negotiated at the end of the Uruguay round of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, that is GATT, G-A-T-T, treaty in 1994. The TRIPS agreement encompasses in principle all forms of intellectual property and aims at harmonizing and strengthening standards of protection and providing for effective enforcement at both national and international levels. Over the past 15 years, intellectual property rights have grown to a stature from where it plays a major role in the development of global economy. In 1990s, many countries unilaterally strengthened their laws and regulations in this area, and many others were poised to do likewise. With the establishment of WTO and India being signatory to the agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, that is TRIPS, several new legislations were passed for the protection of intellectual property rights to meet the international obligations. These included trademarks called the Trademark Act of 1999, Designs Act of 1911 was replaced by the Designs Act 2000, the Copyright Act 1957 amended a number of times. The latest is called Copyright Amendment Act of 2012, and the latest amendments made to the Patents Act of 1970 in 2005. Besides, new legislations on geographical indications and plant varieties were also enacted. These are called Geographical Indications of Goods, Registration and Protection Act 1999 and Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act 2001 respectively. IP is divided into two categories for ease of understanding. First, industrial property, and second, copyright. Industrial property includes inventions, that is patents, trademarks, industrial designs and geographic indications of source, while copyright includes literary and artistic works such as novels, poems and plays, films, musical works, artistic works such as drawings, paintings, photographs and sculptures and architectural designs. Rights related to copyright include those of performing artists in their performances, producers of phonograms in their recordings and broadcasters in their radio and television programs. Intellectual property shall include the right relating to literary, artistic and scientific works. Secondly, performance of performing artist. Thirdly, inventions in all fields of human endeavor. Fourth, scientific discoveries. Fifth, industrial designs. Sixth, trademarks, service marks, etc. And finally, protection against unfair competition. What is a property then? Property designates those things that are commonly recognized as being the possessions of an individual or a group. A right of ownership is associated with property that establishes the good as being one's own thing in relation to other individuals or groups, assuring the owner the right to dispense with the property in a manner he or she deems fit, whether to use or not use, exclude others from using, or to transfer ownership. Properties are of two types, tangible property and intangible property. That is, one that is physically present and the other which is not in any physical form. Building, land, house, cash, jewelry are few examples of tangible properties which can be seen and felt physically. On the other hand, there is a kind of valuable property that cannot be felt physically as it does not have a physical form. Intellectual property is one of the forms of intangible property which commands a material value which can also be higher than the value of a tangible asset or property. Types of intellectual property. The term intellectual property is usually thought of as comprising four separate legal fields. First, trademarks. Second, copyrights. Third, patents. And fourth, trade secrets. Trademarks and service marks. A trademark or service mark is a word, name, symbol or device used to indicate the source, quality and ownership of a product or service. A trademark is used in the marketing, is recognizable sign, design or expression which identify products or service of a particular source from those of others. The trademark owner can be an individual, business organization or any legal entity. A trademark may be located on a package, a label, a voucher or on the product itself. For the sake of corporate identity, trademarks are also being. In addition to words, trademarks can also consist of slogans, design or sounds. Trademark provides guarantee of quality and consistency of the product or service they identify. Companies expend a great deal of time, effort and money or in establishing consumer recognition of and confidence in their marks. Trademark protection ensures that the owners of marks have the exclusive right to use them to identify goods or services or to authorize others to use them in return for payment. The period of protection varies, but a trademark can be renewed indefinitely upon payment of the corresponding fees. Trademark protection is legally enforced by courts that in most systems have the authority to stop trademark infringement. Copyrights. Copyright protects literary, musical, dramatic, artistic, architectural, audio and audiovisual works from unauthorized reproduction. Copyright laws grant authors, artists and other creators protection for their literary and artistic creations, generally referred to as works. A closely associated field is related rights or rights related to copyright that encompass rights similar or identical to those of copyright, although sometimes more limited and of shorter duration. The beneficiaries of related rights are performers such as actors and musicians in their performances, producers of phonograms, for example compact discs, in their sound recordings, and broadcasting organizations in their radio and television programs. Copyrights offer the most basic protection for software. This is one of the strongest weapons against software piracy. Copyright laws give owners the ability to prevent others from making copies as well as from creating or selling works that are very similar to the copyrighted work. The weakness of copyright laws is that they do not offer protection to the ideas underlying the program. Ideas and concepts could be used by competitors when they are not protected by patents. Copyright ensures certain minimum safeguards of the rights of authors over their creations, thereby protecting and rewarding creativity. Creativity being the keystone of progress, no civilized society can afford to ignore the basic requirement of encouraging the same. Economic and social development of a society is dependent on creativity. The protection provided by copyright to the efforts of writers, artists, designers, dramatists, musicians, architects and producers of sound recordings, cinematograph, films and computer software creates an atmosphere conducive to creativity, which induces them to create more and motivate others to create. In India, the law relating to copyright is governed by the Copyright Act of 1957, which was amended in 1983, 1984, 1985, 1991, 1992, 1994, 1999 and 2012 to meet the national and international requirements. In 1999, the Copyright Act of 1957 was further amended to give effect to the provisions of the TRIPS agreement, providing for term of protection to performers' rights at least until the end of a period of 50 years. The Act is now amended in 2012 with the object of making certain changes for clarity, to remove operational difficulties and also to address certain newer issues that have emerged in the context of digital technologies and the internet. While discussing the copyright law, it is necessary to understand Creative Commons too. What do you mean by Creative Commons? Creative Commons, or in short CC, license. A Creative Commons CC license is one of several public copyright licenses that enable the free distribution of an otherwise copyrighted work. A CC license is used when an author wants to give people the right to share, use and build upon a work that they have created. CC provides an author flexibility. For example, they might choose to allow only non-commercial uses of their own work, and protects the people who use or redistribute an author's work from concerns of copyright infringement as long as they abide by the conditions that are specified in the license by which the author distributes the work. CC licensed music is available through several outlets such as SoundCloud and are available for use in video and music remixing. There are several types of CC licenses. The licenses differ by several combinations that condition the terms of distribution. Third, patent. Patents are government grants that entitle the inventor to exclusive rights and prevent others from making or using, offering for sale or selling the invention. Patents protect physical objects such as product inventions or machines as well as inventive processes for producing a physical product. A patent will give the right to prevent anyone from using, creating or selling his software for proprietary processes that fall under the terms of the patent. George Alfred D. Penning is supposed to have made the first application for a patent in India in the year 1856. On February 28, 1856, the Government of India promulgated legislation to grant what was then termed as exclusive privileges for the encouragement of inventions of new manufacturers, that is, the Patents Act. Patent protection means an invention cannot be commercially made, used, distributed or sold without the patent owner's consent. Patent rights are usually enforced in courts that in most systems hold the authority to stop patent infringement. Conversely, a court can also declare a patent invalid upon a successful challenge by a third party. A software patent is a very powerful protection to have. Patents are harder to obtain and do not last as long as copyrights, but they are important for software developers. Patents can protect features of a program that are not protected under copyright laws. A patent is an exclusive right granted for an invention, which is a product or a process that provides a new way of doing something or offers a new technical solution to a problem. A patent provides protection for the invention to the owner of the patent. The protection is granted for a limited period, generally 20 years. Patent protection means that the invention cannot be commercially made, used, distributed, or sold without the patent owner's consent. These patent rights are usually enforced in a court, which in most systems holds the authority to stop patent infringement. Conversely, a court can also declare a patent invalid upon a successful challenge by a third party. Trade secrets. A trade secret consists of any valuable business information. The business secrets are not to be known by the competitor. There is no limit to the type of information that can be protected as trade secrets. For example, recipes, marketing plans, financial projections, and methods of conducting business can all constitute trade secrets. There is no requirement that a trade secret be unique or complex. Thus, even something as simple and non-technical as a list of customers can qualify as a trade secret as long as it affords its owner a competitive advantage and is not common knowledge. If trade secrets were not protectable, companies would no incentive to invest time, money, and effort in research and development that ultimately benefits the public. Trade secret law thus promotes the development of new methods and processes for doing business in the marketplace. Industrial design. A design refers to the features of shape, configuration, pattern, ornamentation, or composition of lines or colors applied to any article, whether in 2 or 3 dimensional or both forms. This may be applied by any industrial process or means, manual, mechanical, or chemical, separately or by a combined process, which in the finished article appeals to and judged solely by the eye. Design does not include any mode or principle of construction or anything which is mere mechanical device. It also does not include any trademark or any artistic work. An industrial design registration protects the ornamental or aesthetic aspect of an article. Designs may consist of 3-dimensional features such as the shape or surface of an article, or of 2-dimensional features such as patterns, lines, or color. An industrial design refers to the ornamental or aesthetic aspects of an article. A design may consist of 3-dimensional features such as the shape or surface of an article, or 2-dimensional features such as patterns, lines, or color. Industrial designs are applied to a wide variety of industrial products and handicrafts, from technical and medical instruments to watches, jewelry, and other luxury items, from housewares and electrical appliances to vehicles and architectural structures, from textile designs to leisure goods. To be protected under most national laws, an industrial design must be new or original and non-functional. This means that an industrial design is primarily of an aesthetic nature, and any technical features of the article to which it is applied are not protected by the design registration. However, those features could be protected by a patent. Geographical indication. A geographical indication is a sign used on goods that have a specific geographical origin and possesses qualities or a reputation due to that place of origin. Most commonly, a geographical indication consists of the name of the place of origin of the goods. Agriculture products typically have qualities that derive from their place of production and are influenced by specific local geographical factors such as climate and soil. As we all know, a trademark is a sign used by a company to distinguish its goods and services from those produced by others. It gives its owner the right to prevent others from using the trademark, but a geographical indication guarantees to consumers that a product was produced in a certain place and has certain characteristics that are due to that place of production. It may be used by all producers who make products that share certain qualities in the place designated by a geographical indication. What is the World Intellectual Property Organization? In short, WIPO. Established in 1970, the World Intellectual Property Organization, that is WIPO, is an international organization dedicated to helping ensure that the rights of creators and owners of intellectual property are protected worldwide, and that inventors and authors are therefore recognized and rewarded for their ingenuity. This international protection acts as a spur to human creativity, pushing back the limits of science and technology and enriching the world of literature and the arts. By providing a stable environment for marketing products protected by intellectual property, it also oils the wheels of international trade. WIPO works closely with its member states and other constituents to ensure the intellectual property system remains a supple and adaptable tool for prosperity and well-being, crafted to help realize the full potential of created works for present and future generations. Let us summarize what we have discussed so far. The chapter provides an in-depth understanding about the various forms of the intellectual property, its relevance and business impact in the changing global business environment. The domain of intellectual property is vast. Copyrights, patents, trademarks, trade secrets, and designs are known to have received recognition for a long time. Newer forms of the protection are also emerging, particularly stimulated by the exciting developments in scientific and technological activities. This chapter also discusses about the organizations related to IPR like WIPO. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. Why are patents necessary? Second, who are responsible for administration of IPRs in the country? Third, what is industrial property? Fourth, what is the Paris Convention? Fifth, how is computer defined for the purpose of copyright? Sixth question, what do you mean by trademarks and trade secrets? Explain. 7. Elucidate the rights of a copyright holder, which when violated lead to infringement. 8th question, enumerate the list of organizations related to IPR. Hope that you may go through the reference books for further reading. Law Relating to Intellectual Property Rights, 4th edition, 2015, by M.K. Bandhari, Central Law Publications. Intellectual Property Laws, Suryakant Mahadevo Gujar, 2014. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic soon. Have a nice day.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have with us Sri Sharat Chandra Behar IAS, former Vice Chancellor of Bilaspur University and retired Chief Secretary, Government of Madhya Pradesh. He'll be talking to us on the current state of higher education in the country. You all know that we have been undergoing a lot of changes in the higher education system throughout the country. Plenty of changes are happening, and still the industry is clamoring that the education institutions do not ensure employability of students. There is erosion in the quality of education, and there are issues with fee payment and things like that. Let's discuss with Mr. Behar on those issues. Sir, could you highlight some of the changes happening in the higher education system in the country, or the current state of higher education system?
Yeah. Currently higher education is undergoing a crisis. As Vice Chancellor of the university earlier also, and even now, I feel that universities should have some kind of autonomy that currently is not available to them. You have University Grants Commission, you have a Nursing Council of India, a Rehabilitation Council of India, you have a Medical Council of India, you have All India Council of Technical Education, you have National Council of Teacher Education. You have so many institutions that curtail your autonomy. A university by design was where the Vice Chancellor and the professors can together think academically and do some great education, something which is high quality, excellent education. Instead of that, you are all dependent on continuously on what that council wants and this council wants and what
the regulatory bodies.
Yeah, too many regulatory bodies. So universities are not supposed to be regulated. Universities should be given freedom to do what they think to be right education, high quality education.
Are crippled by those tight regulations.
Correct. Of course, as you know, there was a Yashpal committee, and then there has been again another committee, and there is an attempt to regulate this, but there are too many vested interests. I believe that there should be a higher education council. That alone should be there, but that also not to control you. I keep on using two expressions. It should work as a catalyst and as a resource center. It's not to tell you what to do. It's on the other hand, it should say only to motivate you, only to give you freedom to do lots of things. And whenever a university finds difficulty of resources, whether financial, academic or otherwise, they should be able to access. They should be able to go to the Higher Education Council and say, sir, on this subject we do not have adequate expertise, but that's the subject we need. Will you be able to help us find experts in that? Will you be able to give us adequate reference material for this? And things like that.
Kind of facilitating role.
Exactly. You have caught the point. Let me tell you, when I was Vice Chancellor of Bilaspur in 1983 to 87, in 1985, Professor Yashpal used to be the chairman of the University Grants Commission. The word you used, I gave him a concept note saying we should not have any affiliating university any longer. They should all be facilitating university. So he said, what do you mean by this? I gave a long note. Then, in fact, the University Grants Commission, the whole commission considered it through a committee. I went and presented to the committee. Then they approved that there should be facilitating university. But of course, it didn't come. So you have caught the point. I am saying, I am directly saying catalyst.
Instead of
the Higher Education Council should be catalyst, which will make you do better, right? Not by fiat, not by instructions and control, but by giving some injection, something that will change your character. So catalyst, right? And whenever required resource, as you said, facilitation. So that's quite important, that there should be facilitation. In fact, when I say this, let me tell you also, there is another problem. The university may become autonomous if they accept my suggestion. I'll go to the next. What about the colleges?
Yeah.
Do the colleges have any freedom to do what they want to do?
University tightly controls
Yeah,
that.
correct. Absolutely correct. University tightly controls, right? And colleges are poor. They can't do anything. Even if I am a creative principal, all my professors are bubbling with ideas. They are dynamic. They can't do much.
Yes, sir, we have also autonomous colleges. Universities are trying to strangulate them also.
That's it. Although it is in name, absolutely correct. Although in name it is autonomous college, but there is no autonomy.
No autonomy.
Right? So, again, here I believe that there should be a system where colleges are autonomous, all of them in real terms, just as I advocate autonomy for the universities vis-a-vis the regulatory bodies, so also I advocate very strongly autonomy for the colleges.
Sir, could you elaborate on the concept of autonomy?
Yeah. Okay, good, very good. That's a very good question. Let me explain. I always say autonomy and accountability are two sides of the same coin. So you can't make an institution autonomous, but then they'll say, well, we are not accountable for our performance. That cannot be done. So when I am saying university should become autonomous or college should become autonomous, I am also saying they should become accountable. That they are really doing good education. That everybody is happy. That is the kind of education we want. The point you made in the beginning. Industry says that you are not producing persons that are employable. Now, this complaint must go away. If this complaint continues, then that college does not deserve to be autonomous. Then that university does not deserve to be autonomous. In fact, if you recollect, this whole teacher eligibility test, right? UGC holds that. What does it show? It shows that they do not have confidence in their own universities. You may have given them a master's degree, first class, 70%, 80%, yet the UGC thinks, oh, they cannot become teachers unless they hold an examination, right? So that's not the right way. Instead of that, they say, if your teachers are not, your products are not becoming good teachers, then there's something wrong with you. I must hold you accountable to that, rather than trying to have a super examination body. Okay, so coming back to what I'm saying, autonomous and accountability. First, let me explain what is autonomy. Autonomy is freedom to do what I consider to be good education, right? And this can be done by a collaboration between all the faculty members and the principal, all the faculty members and the vice chancellor, pro vice chancellors at their levels. Okay. Second, there must be consultation with the students. Normally, we forget consultation with the students. In my view, there should also be consultation when you are developing your model. Every institution must have its own model of education, and in doing that, they consult all what we call all the stakeholders. Where it means industry, it means parents, it means all of them. Of course, they'll have divergent views, but that's the beauty. We build a consensus and we say, this is the right thing, look at us, okay? And then accountability. For accountability, I have very many radical suggestions. I'll give you a few of them. Number one, why should assessment or examination be done in a closed hall? Why can't it be before the community? Right? These days you have also closed circuit TV. My Viva is being done, you are asking me, and it's being recorded and it can be seen by anybody. Similarly, why can't a Viva be recorded and at that time shown in the closed circuit TV, that everybody knows that, well, his quality was really good. He was closely examined, cross-examined, further investigated, and yet he was able to come up well, right? So, the credibility will go up, the accountability will be there once you are able to involve the people at large. in what you are doing. I'll say something second, which has been bothering me very much. You know, there was anti-corruption movement. There's so much of corruption in society. You know, one of the basic reasons, our examination system. Can you tell me how I am blaming the examination system for the corruption there? I'll explain. What is the message any examination gives to a student? It gives a message that so long as there is supervisor having control over your examination, you will have to be fair.
Okay.
And if there is no supervisor, what happens?
You can copy.
You can copy. Now, if that is the attitude you are developing, then in society what do? Whatever the job they have, they think that unless there is a close monitoring and supervision, somebody sitting on their head, then they have to be honest. If they are not anybody there, then do what they like. They flout the rules, be unjust, be corrupt, do everything. Right? Therefore, I say.
It means we are not delivering right value system.
Absolutely correct. But I am saying the values. You see, let us understand. When we discuss values, values cannot be given by lecture. There can be moral instructions in some schools and colleges. No moral instruction. Who doesn't know that everybody should be truthful? Who doesn't know that everybody should be honest? Right? But that is not the way anybody becomes honest or truthful. It can become only when the system promotes truthfulness and honesty. When the system promotes dishonesty, any amount of lecture on honesty and integrity and right will not work.
Apart from employability, we have to be producing quality human beings,
Correct.
human beings.
Correct.
But that is not happening.
Yeah, you are right. Let me explain to you. That's another very interesting thing I keep on saying. Employability and good human beings really go together. Although currently they are seen as if either somebody can be made employable or somebody can become a fine human being. I see the work together.
It's not
because
necessarily exclusive.
Not only that,
coexist.
they can not only coexist. In my view, they must really coexist. Now tell me, if I have a large corporate house, what is the kind of people I want? Do I want good people or bad people?
You need good people.
Right? Do I want creative people?
Creative, yes.
Right? Do I want people who have the ability to think critically?
Certainly.
See the current system and failures and innovate and improve. That's the kind of people I want. Right? And is a good human being not the same? A good human being who is creative, who critically thinks, who loves others. Now there is the point. There the difference comes. A human being is loving, compassionate, works together rather than in competition. Right? Now this we are not again giving. I gave you an example of honesty. Similarly, tell me, is there any college university student who is not competing with his or her friend? They are all competing.
They are all competing.
So instead of helping my friend, what do I want to do? Right? I want to compete. Right? I don't want to help her or help him to go ahead. I will always be careful. Oh, she should not be able to get more than me.
Yeah, right.
That means I become selfish. Instead of collaborating, instead of working together. While what does corporate sector want? Corporate sector wants teamwork. Right? And we learn individual work. We learn competition rather than collaboration, which is important for any corporate, for any government, for any system, for the society itself. So I keep on recommending even testing. You know, whole study should be only in groups. Don't give assignment to one person. Give assignment to 4 people together. And even that do at random, so that, you know, these 2 people don't form a clique, a friendship for all, ever. A computer should randomly create groups in the school or the college. And each group is given assignment. One, I am A, I will be in BCD with BCD in one. After some time, I'll be with FG because it comes to a computer, sometimes with somebody else. And if that is being done, then I learn, oh, I have to collaborate with all my friends. Therefore, their ability is going to be useful to me and my ability is going to be useful there. So then there is a very different system coming.
Sir, what is your opinion about multidisciplinary approach to higher education?
Oh, you have touched upon an extremely important issue. I believe in unity of knowledge. In fact, remember, 400 years ago or 500 years ago, there was only one subject, philosophy. Right? Even today, when somebody gets a degree of doctorate, what do we call it?
Doctor of Philosophy.
Interesting. Whatever be your subject, but you call him Doctor of Philosophy. Because ultimately at that level, the knowledge gets integrated. Also, second point, human life. What are we studying? We are trying to study the universe. We are trying to study human life, right? And for human beings, for our progress, can our life be really divided into physics, chemistry, mathematics, economics?
Nothing.
Cannot be. So you cannot divide subjects, just as you cannot divide human beings and their lives. You cannot divide the world, so also you cannot divide that. And yet we have divided. The whole unity of knowledge is gone. In fact, when I study a subject, I immediately see its relationship with other subjects. Once you see the relationship, then it becomes meaningful. Go to any big gathering, and if you ask them, what is it that they are using now, what they have learnt in the university? Unless they are teachers or professionals of a professional course, they'll all say nothing. Because they had studied subjects, they had not studied human life. If you really discuss in a multidisciplinary way, study in a multidisciplinary way, examine in a multidisciplinary way, the whole curriculum is multidisciplinary, where unity of knowledge is emphasized and the branches are there in order to only highlight certain parts. Just as in a big hall, you have 20 lights, so that all the lights make the room, the hall, bright. Similarly, one must understand, knowledge is one hall, there are various branches, all of them are giving, right? So I think that has to be done, and that can be done provided we accept that this multidisciplinarity is important in education rather than these branches that we keep on specializing and super specializing and taking great credit in saying, I am not only in physics, I am particle physics or I am astrophysics, right? So that's it.
So how is it implemented, this multidisciplinarity?
Okay, the multidisciplinary can be implemented if you start having problems. Let it be problem oriented study rather than a subject oriented study. Let me tell you, for example, if I was in Assam some time ago, if and they wanted me to develop a concept at university for them, I did it. And I said, what do you do? In the whole of Assam area, identify the problems. And what will be your curriculum? Studying problem A, B, C, D, E. And the groups will come together, students and teachers together, like a democratic group will start studying each problem. And then if they want to study the problem, they want to solve the problem, what will have to do? They'll have to go to various disciplines to properly understand. So they are not really going to disciplines, they are going problem focused. And then once they are going to discipline, gradually somebody will say, oh, this interests me more. On this problem I'll study economic aspect. Somebody will say, I'll study the political aspect. Somebody will say, no, there is a problem of earth, so I'll study geology because then we can understand earth. Somebody say agronomy.
It's an integrated approach.
Exactly. You start with integrated approach, continue with integrated approach, but for post-graduation, some of them they will say, now that we have understood integrated, I want to specialize in it. You follow me? You always say, what is pyramid? Pyramid, the bottom is larger. What are we trying to do instead of that? We have cylinders. Right from the first standard, you start teaching them various subjects. So I am basically saying there should be a pyramid. specialization can be at higher level, then you always will know that what you learn at the higher level is getting integrated in what manner.
Right.
I think that's very important, and that's why I was talking about autonomy of the university. Once any university is given autonomy, and a vice chancellor who believes in unity of knowledge and multidisciplinarity can do it. Right now, he cannot do it.
Yes. We discussed something about the challenges, issues, problems. Now, what about quality of teachers?
Okay. Quality of teachers, that's correct. In fact, there is a wrong assumption in Indian situation and in most of the countries, should I say, that university teachers do not need to know what education is all about. They should know only content of their subject. And that's the problem. That's why multidisciplinarity also cannot exist. Now, therefore, what should really be done is that teachers must be given orientation. It's not enough to have this orientation of what academic staff colleges. It should really be almost a 1-year course. You have done your, once you are selected, when I am selected in the IAS, I go to the academy for training for 1 year. Similarly, once I am selected as a professor or assistant professor or whatever, I should go for at least 1 year where I should be exposed to the theory and practice of education. Once you do that, then I will know how to, then my quality will improve, then I will also know how to exercise my freedom, how to have different kind of accountability, different kind of assessment, how to have multidisciplinary curriculum and learning and multidisciplinary examination. Today, if you ask a question, ask a teacher to frame a question which will be calling upon many disciplines to respond, they won't be able to do. They only know about their own subject, right? So, you are quite right, quality of teachers.
Sir, a lot of technology is being used in education now. Information technology has become very cheap. It's getting deployed across multiple areas.
Correct.
So, what is its impact? The kind of impact it is going to have on education.
Right. Technology is very important. It will liberate education from the confines of a room or a hall or a university. An excellent teacher can go and reach lots of people. However, let me tell you, real learning takes place when there is a personal contact between the teacher and the learner. That can only give a few things. Let me tell you, if learning means 100 things, then technology can take 30 or 40 things without the teacher being in close contact. But for rest 60 things, close contact is important. So in a way, technology will always be a supportive mode. It cannot replace face-to-face teaching and learning. In fact, the Bill Gates. There is a quote from Bill Gates, which I have quoted in one of my books. Bill Gates says, no technology can ever replace a teacher and the importance of teacher. So while technology is important, it should be seen as a supplement, as a support, as a medium, rather than as the means, rather than as ultimately the aim in education.
Now let's discuss the kind of global changes happening in the higher education.
Good. I'll make 3 points on this. Number 1, there is a crisis in higher education all over the world. There are notable educationists who have been writing books on crisis all over. In fact, if you notice yourself, whoever be the US president, he says, our education is not good enough, we are required to do this, that. Everybody, the Prime Minister of UK or Japan or China, everybody. So there is a crisis. Second point, 1 point, right? Second point, in many issues we are far behind and they also have problem. In my view, the root of the problem, whether in other countries or our country, lies, we have a system of education which is not learner centered. It is a system centered. What is convenient to the vice chancellor or to the registrar is done in the university.
Examinations.
That's why, whether examination, anything, everything is periods, classes, faculties, departments, all that suit the system, not the learner. When I became vice chancellor then, and today I find fortunately Harvard in many institutes are all doing that. Here we have a science faculty, commerce faculty, arts faculty. Can somebody take physics and also painting? No. Why not? Huh? If it is uncertain, I want to study physics and chemistry and painting. In painting, chemistry is used so much. In painting, physics, that means, you know,
dimensions.
All are so important. So what can be a great combination of physics, chemistry and painting? What combination can it be, right? If you have physics, psychology and music, right? Acoustics, you understand in physics. So, and psychology, aesthetics. What is great combination? So that's one thing. Secondly, why should there be 1 year course for everything? I must do 3 years course for getting my degree. Why can't I do it in 2 years?
Certainly.
Huh? You must set standards. Let me achieve that standard within a certain time frame that I fix for myself, rather than you fix the time limit. Right? Similarly, in one word I'll say, our system is too rigid. There is no flexibility. I must get admitted in July or whatever. I can't come and start studying in December. Why are you bothered? Why do you want me to attend certain number of classes? You know, in Cambridge University, I was a student in Cambridge University. There is no requirement of attendance. What is the requirement? In the university campus, you should be living for so many days.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah. Tell me, do I learn more in the classroom? Do I learn more if I am in the library and I am all the time looking at books, writing notes and trying to study? Which gives me better learning? 1 hour of classroom or 1 hour of library work?
Whatever you hear, you forget the next day. And what is retained is just 20%.
That's right. But when you are in the library and you are accessing books, you are yourself working, you are taking notes, you know much better.
Certainly.
So I think we must question everything that exists today.
All the fundamental assumptions have to be challenged.
That's right. Very good. That's correct. We must first look at the fundamental assumptions of higher education system, challenge them and think of radical alternatives. If we do it, and this can be done only when autonomy is provided where I started. I can still be your advisor of your Vice Chancellor. Once there you are given autonomy, and you will see how we can together have a radical education which everybody will say, oh, this is the kind of education we want. This is the kind of education we want. So that's very important. You're quite right. Let us challenge, if you want to improve higher education, challenge the basic assumptions on which the current education system stands, and we think of radical alternatives which I am quite sure will be acceptable to the communities, the society and the world at large.
So one more question. What do you think will be the shape of higher education in the country 10 years from now?
Well, there are two things. One is you project a scenario based on what is happening. The other is project a scenario based on what we will do and struggle to change. I always believe in the second part, and therefore I'll say, in my view, in the next 10 years, we'll probably succeed. With the new education policy, I hope that we'll be given adequate space in the universities, in the colleges, every professor, where they can be creative, they can innovate, they can do new things, and they can do many of the things that we have been discussing here for some time.
Yes, Shreya Chandra Beha, your ideas are radically different. It has been quite enlightening to listen to you. Those ideas are really brand new ideas. Maybe the educationalists will listen to you so that the higher education system can be overhauled, so that the revamped education system will serve the interest of students rather than the administrators or the regulators. Thank you so much, sir, for spending.
It has been a pleasure having discussion with you on higher education. It has been a great pleasure.
Welcome to the session on methodology and perspectives of humanities and philosophy. Coherence theory of truth. Meaning and importance of the problem of truth. Truth is one of central subjects in philosophy. Philosophers often ask questions like what is truth or what is time, rather than questions like is that statement true or what time is it. Philosophical questions are of the form what is X. According to Socrates, such questions are terribly important because if we do not know what X is, we cannot tell something is an example of X. For example, if we do not know what a man is, how can we say that Rama is a man? Or if we do not know what truth is, how can we tell a statement is true or false? So, knowledge of truth is important in philosophy. The term truth has a variety of meanings. Some of these meanings are: truth is a state of being in accord with fact or reality. It can also mean having fidelity to an original or to a standard or ideal. In a common usage, it means constancy or sincerity in action or character. The direct opposite of truth is falsehood. Epistemology. The term epistemology is derived from the Greek words episteme and logos. Episteme means knowledge and logos means science or discourse. Thus, epistemology means theory of knowledge or science of knowing. It is considered as the most important branch of philosophy. It investigates the problems relating to the origin of knowledge, nature and validity of knowledge, limits of knowledge and the conditions of knowledge. The sources of knowledge, the methods of achieving knowledge and the methods of evaluating knowledge claims also form the concerns of epistemology. In brief, the problems of epistemology can be stated as problems relating to the source of knowledge and problems relating to the validity of knowledge. Kinds of knowledge. The word know can be understood as to recognize, to identify, to distinguish, to be acquainted with, to apprehend or comprehend a fact or truth. Three different uses of the word are identified. 1. Knowledge by acquaintance. I know my friend John is an example of knowledge by acquaintance. In this kind of knowledge, we have personal and direct experience with the objects in the world, our thoughts and sensations. I know my friend John means I am acquainted with him. Our knowledge of personal feelings and experiences is a kind of knowledge by acquaintance. Perceptual knowledge is also knowledge by acquaintance. For example, we see a color in front of us or hear a sound. 2. Competence knowledge or skill knowledge. I know how to write English is an instance of skill knowledge. This is know-how. You may know how to ride a bicycle or use a computer. Competence knowledge involves the ability to do something or perform a skill either consciously or unconsciously. 3. Prepositional or descriptive knowledge. Example of prepositional knowledge can be stated as, I know that sun will rise tomorrow, or S knows that P, where P is some statement or preposition. Preposition is the object of prepositional knowledge. It is a kind of assertion which claims that something is the case. So, preposition refers to what is being asserted or stated or claimed. Prepositions or assertions have truth value, that is, they are either true or false. Truth or falsity is a property of the assertion or preposition. Truth is the property of an assertion which says that things are a certain way when in fact they are that way, and an assertion is false when it says that things are a certain way when in fact they are not that way. Epistemology is concerned with the propositional knowledge, and hence questions relating to nature of truth are basic to epistemology. What is truth? What is meant by saying that a particular statement is true or false? Truth cannot be solely a function of ideas. If it is true that there is a cat in the bathroom, then there must be a cat in the bathroom, not just any impression or idea of cat. Further, is truth different for different people who have different ideas and intellectual habits? Does it make sense to say that what is true for one person might nevertheless be false for someone else? Since truth is one of the conditions of knowledge and the goal of knowledge, philosophers have attempted to answer the question. In the history of philosophy, philosophers have attempted to explain the meaning of the concept of truth in different ways. 3 of these explanations are important: the correspondence theory of truth, the coherence theory of truth, and the pragmatic theory of truth. Coherence theory of truth. A theory of truth is essentially an explanation of the nature of truth and a set of laws that true things obey. Correspondence theory of truth attempts to establish relation of truth and reality. Hence, a statement is true if and only if the world it describes is real. Truth corresponds to the facts. For instance, the statement snow is white is true in virtue of the fact that snow is indeed white. Problem with the correspondence theory of truth. There are several problems with this theory of truth. One major problem is that this definition of truth relates two things that are very different in nature. Also, it is not clear how we can find a correspondence between things that belong to different realms. Precisely, a statement such as snow is white is a mental object. It is in my head. The reality we compare it with is made of objects such as snow. A statement is made of a number of words. The reality it refers to is made of objects and properties of objects. The question is there truly a correspondence between the words snow is white and the fact that snow is white? How can we compare two things that are different in nature, like a mental object and a physical fact? This point is important because we are supposed to define truth outside us. Truth must not depend on us, it must depend on the world. Something is true not because I think so, but because there is some objective truth out there in the world. If this is the case, the problem is, how can a mental object like a statement relate to an object that is outside the mind? The correspondence theory of truth assumes that the definition of truth is in the world. However, one can object that everything is ultimately in the mind and therefore the definition of truth is inside us. If so, it is pointless to look for a definition of truth in the world. Idealists believe this. This leads to a different theory of truth. Truth can no longer be defined as the correspondence to the facts of the world, but has to be defined as the correspondence with the facts of the mind. Coherence theory of truth. A coherence theory of truth states that the truth of any proposition consists in its coherence with some specified set of propositions. The coherence theory differs from its principal competitor, the correspondence theory of truth, in two essential respects. 1. Relation between propositions, and 2. Their truth conditions. According to one, the relation is coherence. According to the other, it is correspondence. The two theories also give conflicting accounts of truth conditions. According to the coherence theory, the truth conditions of propositions consist in other propositions. The correspondence theory, in contrast, states that the truth conditions of propositions are not other propositions, but rather objective features of the world. The coherence theory defines truth in relation to thought. A statement is true when it coheres with a system of other propositions or beliefs. This way of explaining truth implies that truth is defined by reference to thought or reality. Truth depends upon the relation between prepositions, and the relation between prepositions is called the relation of coherence. Something is true when it fits neatly into a well-integrated body of beliefs. This is the essence of the coherence theory of truth. Truth is defined by the set of coherent statements that make up a whole system of beliefs. Idealist group of philosophers believe that this is the definition of truth in general. We can never be sure of the world. Therefore, we can only assess whether a statement is coherent or not with our beliefs. Truth consists in a relation of coherence between beliefs or propositions in a set. A belief is false when it fails to fit with other mutually coherent members of a set. In the coherence theory of truth, what is important is not the relation of a proposition to a fact, but the relation of a proposition to other propositions. They claim that this theory of truth is applicable not only to aesthetics and sociology, but scientific theories as well. Coherence theory of truth is advocated by the idealist group of philosophers. Blanchard says, truth is the approximation of thought to reality. Truth is defined in relation to thought. A proposition is said to be true if it is both self-consistent and coherently connected with our system of propositions as a whole. For example, the validity of the conclusion of a syllogism consists in the coherence of the major and minor premises with the conclusion. Thus, in coherence theory, what is important is not the relation of a proposition to a fact, but the relation of a proposition to other propositions. Idealists like Bradley argued that reality was a unified and coherent whole, which he called the absolute. Parts of the whole could only be partly true, and even those parts were doubtfully true given the uncertain nature of our sense perceptions. Hence, it is better to base truth in our rational faculties and look for consistency and interdependence in what our thoughts tell us. To be more precise, a true proposition is true by virtue of its legitimate membership in a system whose individual parts are related to each other by logical necessity. Truth is a whole whose parts are harmoniously conjoined. Consistency and entailment. One of the issues discussed in the coherence theory of truth is the issue of coherence relation. According to some thinkers, the relation is simply consistency. On this view, to say that a proposition coheres with a specified set of propositions is to say that the proposition is consistent with the set. Truth consists in the coherence of consistent propositions. Consistency between propositions is the mark of truth. It follows that all consistent propositions are true propositions. Ideas can be consistent but not true. Critics argue that consistency between propositions is a necessary condition of truth but not a sufficient condition of the truth of the proposition. Coherence relation is also explained as entailment. This means that a proposition coheres with a set of propositions if and only if it is entailed by the members of the set. The relation of coherence is mutual explanatory support between propositions. This is explained as the relation of entailment. The second issue in this theory is regarding the set of propositions with which true propositions cohere. It is related to the constitution of the specified set of propositions. Coherentists hold that there is a set of proposition believed or held to be true. The question is, who believes and when? Three possibilities can be identified. 1. The specified set of propositions is the largest consistent set of propositions currently believed by actual people. 2. The specified set consists of those propositions which will be believed when people with finite cognitive capacities have reached some limit of inquiry. 3. The specified set contains the propositions which would be believed by an omniscient being. Doctrine of internal relations. Idealists are led to a coherence theory of truth by their metaphysical position. To the objective idealist, the absolute is the object of knowledge. Advocates of the correspondence theory believe that a belief is ontologically distinct from the objective conditions which make the belief true. Idealists do not believe that there is an ontological distinction between beliefs and what makes beliefs true. From the idealist perspective, reality is something like a collection of beliefs. Consequently, a belief cannot be true because it corresponds to something which is not a belief. Truth is not a content to world relation at all. Instead, the truth of a belief can only consist in its coherence with other beliefs. It is a content to content or belief to belief relation. Far from being a matter of whether the world provides a suitable object to mirror a proposition, truth is a matter of how beliefs are related to each other. Coherence is not a relation between independently identified contents, and so finds it necessary to appeal to significant wholes. Reality constitutes a single term known as the whole. Hence, one judgment is not external to another judgment. Judgments are internally related so that they stand or fall together. The doctrine of internal relations signifies that each member of the system necessarily implies every other member. Hence, a statement is true if it is consistent with every other known parts of the system, or at least it must not contradict with what is already known. The theory of internal relations is the opposite of the theory of external relations held by the realist group of philosophers. Two terms are said to be internally related when each modifies the other and neither would be what it is apart from its relation to the other. In organic wholes, such as living beings, the relation between part and whole is such that no single part can survive without the other parts. For example, lungs and heart are internally related in the sense that one cannot function without the other. Metaphysics of monism. The axiom of internal relations leads to monism, the view that reality is one. The concept of ultimate reality as a single reality conceives all differences and discord as internal to it, since nothing can fall outside reality. Reality is an all-inclusive concept, and appearances are not external to reality but are regarded as part of reality. Doctrine of degrees of truth. Another feature of the metaphysical position of the idealist philosophers is the doctrine of degrees of truth. A coherence theory of truth usually leads to the view that truth comes in degrees. Truth in its ideal form is to be found only in the absolute or the whole. If truth is essentially the whole, then individual parts will not be completely true. Individual parts are only partially or contextually true. They can be true to a certain degree. This is the doctrine of degree of truths. A belief is true to the degree that it coheres with other beliefs. We can never know the truth but only partial or fragmented truth. Nature of error. The nature of error is important in this analysis of truth. A judgment is true if it is consistent and coherent with the body of judgments. The more it is consistent and coherent, the more true it is. Hence, an erroneous judgment is not completely false, but it is partly true. An erroneous judgment is a matter of degree. For example, a completely true account is an impossibility for a historian. In the study of history, context is enormously important. The truths of any one period of history are only relatively true, and the absolute truth subsumes all relative truths within itself. Criticism. Coherence theory of truth is subjected to several criticisms. The specification objection. Realist philosopher Russell has put forward the specification point. It says that the coherence theorists have no way to identify the specified set of propositions without contradicting their position. The specification objection charges that coherence theorists have no grounds for saying that a proposition is true in spite of the fact that it coheres with a set of propositions. But coherents do not believe that the truth of a proposition consists in coherence with any arbitrarily chosen set of propositions. Rather, they hold that truth consists in coherence with a set of beliefs or with a set of propositions held to be true. The transcendence objection. This criticism charges that a coherence theory of truth is unable to account for the fact that some propositions are true which cohere with no set of beliefs. According to this objection, truth transcends any set of beliefs. Opponents of the coherence theory will conclude that there is at least one true proposition which does not cohere with any set of beliefs. But it is seen that some versions of the coherence theory are immune to the transcendence objection. A version which holds that truth is coherence with the beliefs of an omniscient being is proof against the objection. Every truth coheres with the set of beliefs of an omniscient being. The notion of consistency has been subjected to serious criticism. According to the notion of consistency, truth consists in the coherence of consistent propositions. The question is, can the reference to facts be completely eliminated? If we modify the coherence theory and accept coherence with facts or coherence with experience, we are really admitting the element of correspondence. The alleged independence of the principle of coherence has been questioned. What is the status of the coherence principle, just as what is the status of the verification principle? It is argued that the coherence principle is part and parcel of the whole absolutist metaphysics. But the question remains as to whether a particular proposition coheres or not. Now let us summarize. Apart from these objections, coherence theory has contributed to the discussion on truth mainly in two respects. One, it reminds us of the problem of relation between truths and truth. Secondly, it reminds us that the concept of fact is relative to the questions posed by the inquiring mind. Idealism advocates the coherence theory of truth, which speaks of the relation between propositions. Coherence theory accepts the position of internal relations, the metaphysics of monism, and the theory of degrees of truth. Here are some assignments for you to work out. 1. Explain propositional knowledge. 2. Discuss the metaphysics of idealism. 3. What are problems of degrees of truth? 4. Notion of whole and part. Explain. 5. Critically evaluate the theories of truth. Here are some books for your further reference. 1. Introduction to Philosophy by George Thomas Whitepatrick and Frank Miller Chapman, Houghton Mifflin, 1935. 2. Introducing Philosophy, a text with integrated readings by Robert C. Solomon, Oxford University Press, USA, 2004. Thank you for watching this session. We will meet again with another topic in another session. Till then, bye.
Good morning, friends. Here in the previous session we have discussed integrals of complex valued functions of a real variable. In the next session we will study integrals of complex valued functions of a complex variable. We will see that integrals of complex valued functions of a complex variable are defined on curves in the complex plane rather than on just intervals of the real line. Classes of curves that are adequate for the study of such integrals are introduced in this session. First we have definition of a continuous arc. An arc C in the complex plane is a set of points z is equal to xy such that x is equal to x of t, y is equal to y of t were a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b. Equation number 1. Where x of t and y of t are continuous functions of the real parameter t. The above definition establishes a continuous mapping of the interval a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b into the xy or the complex set plane, and the image points are ordered according to the increasing value of t. It is convenient to describe the points of C by means of the equation z is equal to z of t, where this t varies as a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b. Mark it as equation number 2. Where z of t, we can write z of t is equal to what? X of t plus I y of t. Equation number 3. The sense of increasing t is called the positive sense on C, and we say that C is oriented by 2. Next we have a definition of simple arc or a Jordan arc. The arc C is a simple arc, or we can call as a Jordan arc if it does not cross itself. That is, C is simple if z of t1 not equal to z of t2 when t1 not equal to t2. Next we have a definition, that is, when the arc C is simple except for the fact that z of b is equal to z of a. We say that C is a simple closed curve or a Jordan curve. So, next we move on to example. The polygonal line, that is, we can say z is equal to x plus ix, here 0 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 1, that is x is in between 0 and 1, and the value of z is equal to x plus I whenever this x is in between 1 and 2, that is 1 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 2. Mark it as equation number 4, fourth equation. Consisting of a line segment from 0 to 1 plus I, that we can, here this is our x axis, y axis, or we can say real axis or the imaginary axis. Here we have the real values 1, 2, 3 etc. Here we have imaginary values 1i, 2i, like that. So, here the line segment is from 0 to 1 plus I. 1 plus I is here. This is our 0. This is our 1 plus I. 0 to 1 plus I. And followed by 1 from 1 plus I to 2 plus I. That is, here we have 2 plus I coordinate. This is our imaginary axis. Here is our I. Here is our 1 and 2. This is our 2 plus I coordinate. Is an example of a simple arc. We can write here 1 plus I. Here it is 2 plus I. This is an example of a simple arc. Next we have the unit circle. Next example is unit circle. That is, z is equal to e raised to I theta. This we can write as what? Cos theta plus I sin theta. Here theta varies from, of course it is from 0 less than or equal to theta less than or equal to 2 pi. Equation number, next equation number is 5. About the origin, it is a simple closed curve oriented in the C clockwise direction. Sorry, it is in the anti-clockwise direction. That is, This is our curve C. It is in the anti-clockwise direction. Similarly, the circle, that is z is equal to, the one is z is equal to z0 plus e raised to r e raised to I theta. Here also theta varies from 0 and 2 pi. Mark it as next equation, that is equation number 6. Here it is centered at the point z0. It is z is equal to z0 plus r e raised to I theta. That is z0 is the center, and radius, this is our radius r. R is also this is a simple closed curve oriented in the counterclockwise direction. That is, it is just like this. This is our center z0. This is our radius r. It is in the direction counterclockwise direction. Next we have next is z is equal to e raised to minus I theta. Our z is e raised to minus I theta. 0 less than or equal to theta less than or equal to 2 pi. Next equation is number 7. It is not the same as the arc described by the equation number 5. That is, the set of points is the same, but now the circle is transversed in the clockwise direction. Here it is e raised to minus I theta. So, it is of the form center, of course, 0 0, 1 I minus I minus 1. It is in the clockwise direction. This curve is in the clockwise direction. Next, the points on the arc, that is z is equal to e raised to 2 I theta. Z is equal to e raised to 2 I theta. Here again theta varies from 0 less than or equal to theta less than or equal to 2 pi. Equation number 8. It is the same as those making up the arcs 5 and 7. But the arc here differs, however, from each of these arcs, since the circle is transversed twice in the counterclockwise direction. So, suppose that the derivatives x dash of t and y dash of t of the components of the function, our function is z of t is equal to x of t plus I y of t, used to describe an arc C exist and are continuous throughout the entire interval a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b. Under this condition, C is called a differentiable arc. Since the derivative of z of t, that is z dash of t is equal to x dash of t plus I y dash of t. Next equation number is 9. It follows that the real valued function, that is mod z dash of t, which we can write as square root of modulus of x dash of t square plus modulus of y dash of t square, is integrable over the interval a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b, and then the length of the arc, it is given by L is equal to length, L is equal to integral a to b mod z dash of t dt. Equation number is 10. We note that expression 10 is the definition of arc length in calculus. Next we have invariance of this expression, last expression. The parametric representation used for an arc C is of course not unique. And the value of L given by this expression number 10 is invariant under certain changes in that representation, as one would expect. To be specific, suppose that T is equal to phi of tau. Here tau varies from alpha less than or equal to tau less than or equal to beta. Next, equation number 11. Where this phi is a real valued function mapping the interval alpha less than or equal to tau less than or equal to beta onto the interval a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b. That is, actually our figure is like that, like this. Here we have alpha, here we have beta, t varies from a less than or equal to b. It is just like this. We assume that phi is continuous with a continuous derivative. We also assume that phi dash of tau greater than 0 for each tau. This ensures that t increases with the tau. With the change of variable indicated in the equation 11, expression 10 for the length of C takes the form L is equal to, it is integral alpha to beta mod z dash of, we have phi of tau. Phi of tau into phi dash of tau d tau. So, if C has a representation that is z is equal to z of tau, that we can write z is equal to, this is z and this is our tau, z of tau is equal to z into phi of tau. Where this tau varies as alpha less than or equal to tau less than or equal to beta. Next equation number is 12. The fact that we have z dash of tau is equal to, here we have z of tau is equal to z of phi of tau, and we have z dash of tau is equal to z dash of, the next is phi of tau into phi dash of tau. Equation number 30 enables us to write expression 10 as, what we can change our equation number 10 as like this, that is L is equal to integral alpha to beta, we can write it as, it is from A to B, that is L is equal to integral from A to B mod z dash of tau dt. Equation number 40. Thus, the same length of C would be obtained if representant 12 were to be used. Next we have unit tangent vector. If the equation, that is z is equal to z of t, of course t varies in between a and b, represent a differentiable arc and z dash of t not equal to 0 anywhere in the interval a less than t less than b, then the unit tangent vector, that is unit tangent vector is t is equal to z dash of t by mod z dash of t. Next equation number is 15. This is our vector t. This is actually vector t. It is z dash of t by mod z dash of t. It is well defined for all t in that open interval with angle of inclination argument of z dash of t. Also, when this vector t turns, it does so continuously as the parameter t varies over the interval a less than t less than b. That is, t is in the open interval ab. This expression for t is the one learned in calculus when z of t is interpreted as a radius vector. Such an arc is said to be smooth. Actually, the definition is that if the arc given by the function z of t has continuous derivative z dash of t which does not vanish for any value of t, the arc has a continuously turning tangent and then the arc is said to be smooth. This is actually the definition of smooth. In referring to a smooth arc, that is z is equal to z of t, where t varies in between, t is in the closed interval ab, then we agree that the derivative z dash of t is continuous on the closed interval ab, that is a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b, and non-zero on the open interval ab. Next we have move on to the definition of a contour or piecewise smooth arc. A contour or piecewise smooth arc is an arc consisting of a finite number of smooth arcs joined end to end. That is, a contour is simply a continuous chain of finite number of smooth arcs. Hence, if equation that is z is equal to z of t, a less than or equal to t less than or equal to b represents a contour, z of t is continuous, whereas its derivative, that is z dash of t, is piecewise continuous. Next we do some examples. So recalling the example 1, that the polygonal line that we have discussed, z is equal to what, z plus ix when 0 less than or equal to x less than or equal to y less than or equal to 1, that is z of x is equal to, we have discussed polygonal line, that first one is x plus ix. Here x varies in between 0 and 1, 0 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 1. Here it is x plus I, where 1 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 2. This is the one we have discussed in the example 1, polygonal line. This consisting of a line segment from 0 to 1 plus I followed by 1 from 1 plus I to 2 plus I is an example of a simple arc. This polygonal path is a contour also. Why? Since we have z dash of x, z dash of x is equal to 1 plus I, of course 0 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 1, and the other one is 1, that is here we have only x term 1, where this here we have the value 1 less than or equal to x less than or equal to 2. It is a piecewise continuous function. Next we have simple closed contour. When only the initial and final values of z of t are the same, a contour C is called a simple closed contour. The next example is, that is the unit circle. We have discussed z is equal to e raised to I theta, where of course this theta varies in between 0 and 2 pi. This is our equation number 16. About the origin is a simple closed contour oriented in the counterclockwise direction. Since we have z of theta is equal to e raised to I theta, and what about z dash of theta? It is I e raised to I theta, are continuous, and z of 0 is equal to 1, which is again equal to z of 2 pi. Similarly, the circle, that is z is equal to z0 plus r e raised to I theta, that is 0 less than or equal to theta less than or equal to 2 pi, equation number 17. It is centered at the point z0 and with radius r. It is again a simple closed contour. Next we have the boundary of a triangle or a rectangle taken in a specific direction is also a simple and closed contour. Next we have a simple definition. The length of a contour or a simple closed contour, it is the sum of the lengths of smooth arcs that make up the contour. We have some discussion about domains and boundary associated with a simple closed contour. Associated to any simple closed curve or simple closed contour C, there are two distinct domains, one of which is the interior of C and is bounded. That is, this is our interior of C and it is bounded. The other, which is the exterior of C, this is the exterior, and of course it is unbounded. The points on any simple closed curve or simple closed contour C are bounded points of these two domains. Next we have an important theorem, and it is very tough also, that is Jordan curve theorem. The theorem says that is if J is a Jordan curve, that is it is simple closed curve, and if X is a point in the interior of J, this is our J, that is our Jordan curve, and we are taking a point X in the, this is our interior of J and this is the exterior of J, and here we are taking a point X in the interior of J, and Y is a point in the exterior of J. Here I am taking the point Y, here it is our X. Then any straight line or a curve joining X and Y must meet J at some point. It is, of course, we are going to join these 2 points, that line must cut the curve. Jordan curve theorem is intuitively obvious but very difficult to prove. So, hope you enjoyed the session. See you next time. Till then, take care.